Fine. Not yet, but like that. Let us commence to proceed. Started. Good to go.
Yeah, I would call roll.
Okay, Mr. Kennedy. Here. Sanning.
Here.
Platt. Here. Stein. Not yet. Hinckley here. That gives us quorum. Oh, we have quite a busy agenda in front of us. Lots of stuff. I'd like to at least touch on each, although may not be much more than that. Let's see how far we get. Some of these I think will go quite quickly. So first question, amendments to the agenda.
I move to approve the agenda as presented.
Second. Are there further discussion of agenda? Hearing none. All those in favor of accepting the agenda as distributed, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? We're done. Okay, we also received minutes from the October 12th regular meeting. Corrections, comments, additions to those?
I wanted to ask who the English teacher was that wrote that sentence in approval of agenda that said Chairman Hinckley asked staff what the reason was for.
I mean, it would have been me, but where was this at?
What was Chairman Hinckley thinking? Who knows? I didn't catch that.
Where
was it?
Let's see,
Which one?
that would be under approval of the agenda. And after it says seconded by Commissioner Platt. Read that sentence.
Yeah,
The reason was,
I'm just a curious kind of guy.
Oh, yeah. He asked why it was changed.
What? Yes.
Yeah.
Why what was changed?
Exactly. You were asking why one of the applications got pulled off.
Oh, there you go. Okay.
So maybe change it to
Yeah.
Yeah, let's,
messed up why the
Why
reason.
was the
Why was
ask why the application was withdrawn?
Okay,
that's
I can change it,
Yes.
I guess.
And with that correction, I would move to approve the agenda.
we have a motion to approve the agenda as amended. Is there?
I mean, the minutes, beg my pardon, Mr. Chair.
I said it the same way you did. I just follow on.
I'll take a turn seconding.
Okay, motion to approve the minutes. as amended. Further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Carries. Now, the next thing on our agenda is disclosures, I think. Oh, it is not. Are you correcting me?
Minutes for October 25th.
I move to approve the minutes from the, refresh my memory on the date, I'm not.
Disclosures, conflicts of interest, I think that's really what it's supposed to be. The idea of conflict of interest is if we have anything we want to share with our colleagues that might affect our judgment as we go forward. And then disclosures would be if we've learned something new. I think the idea is that everybody knows, everybody else does. So that was, I think, is the point of disclosures. So let's do a quick round robin. Mr. Kennedy, you got anything to share with us?
No, No conflicts.
Mr. Hanning, Ms. Hanning,
No disclosures or conflicts.
Ms. Platt, nothing. And Mr. Stein is not here, and Chair Hinckley, I have nothing to share. So that's that. Now, applications. Kind of a question on the agenda slowly. What do we call them? Public applications? Do we have other kinds of applications?
Not this meeting. Anything that comes before you is a public application. The other applications like zoning certificates, those don't go through a public process, so we would consider those non-public applications, I guess.
But there is such a thing as non-public.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't need to be called public applications, but you can call it applications, because that's all you're gonna see here is public applications, but.
Okay, I'm just curious as I look at these each month, some new things occur to me. The procedure to go through these public applications will be to hear a report from the staff, take questions, comments from the commissioners. We'll invite the applicant to come forward and address anything they would like to, as well as the standard questions from commissioners. Then we'll open to public comments. So if you're making a public comment, you will need to state your name and address. I'd like to limit those to 3 minutes and ask those who are commenting to stay on topic, noting that there is an opportunity for general comments at the end of the meeting. That will be followed by commission discussion and motion. Now, before we proceed, I'd like to ask Mr. Ayers a question. Now, formally, these are public hearings, and my question is keyed by some of the bylaws that Commissioner Kennedy has brought to our attention. So to dot our i's and cross our t's, should we be formally opening a public hearing and then formally closing it like the county commission does? They usually do it separate. I'm happy to do them kind of in flight, but any thoughts on our sort of normal procedure? Should we tighten it up some?
I would say that just preceding every application, you open it up for public comment. If there's public comment, those go forward. If not, then you close the public comment portion.
Okay, that meets our obligation to have a public hearing, so-called. That's what I was catching up on. Okay, so the way we've done this in the past, where we will take those public comments, once those are exhausted, we will close that period of the discussion and move on to commission discussion and deciding how we want to dispose of the application. Okay. With that preliminary, the first one on our agenda is the Larson conditional use application, CU 0722. And let's hear our staff presentation.
All right, the applicant is Richard Larson, located at 15 Clearwater Trail. His request is a conditional use to put a dwelling on the property, a second dwelling on the property. Current zoning is rural residential. Current use is residential. There is a house on the property. All properties that surround the applicant's property are zoned rural residential, and the property can be accessed off the Clearwater Trail. There were some reviews. Assessor's office, Chelsea Matthews, had no concerns. Road and Bridge, Rob Fisher, had no concerns. Luke Hawkins, chairman of the Albany County Fire Department 1, had no concerns. Laramie Rivers Conservation District, Holly Dyer, resource specialist, discussed vegetation erosion and wells. Her full comments can be seen in the review section. YDOT, Ryan Shields, district traffic engineer, has no concerns. I don't know that there was a YDOT comment actually. The applicable sections of the Albany County zoning resolution are Chapter 5, Section 5, and Chapter 5, Section 7. Findings necessary for approval pursuant to Chapter 5, Section 5 of the Albany County zoning resolution. The applicant has provided the required notice by post and turned in a zoning certificate application for a principal structure as well as an accessory building. Both were approved and have been built or are in the process of being built. In September, the applicant turned in 2 small wastewater facility applications, and one of the site plans noted a house, while the other site plan noted a barn with an apartment. Seeing this note about the apartment kicked in our zoning regulations, which only allows 1 dwelling unit per parcel. A second dwelling can be permitted with the approval of a conditional use application in rural residential zoning. Mr. Larson had received permission through his HOA well before coming to the county with his applications, but did not realize that the county did not allow 2 dwelling units on a rural residential zoned parcel without approval of a conditional use application. Findings of fact: the findings necessary for approval and applicant responses referenced in this report are adopted as findings reflecting that the applicant has adequately addressed the specified impacts, and the same are incorporated herein. Conclusions of law: the applicant is proceeding in accordance with and is in compliance with the requirements of the Albany County zoning resolution. Staff recommendation is to approve the Larson conditional use application CU 0722, adopting and incorporating the staff analysis, findings of fact, and conclusions of law as each are stated in the staff report.
Thank you. Questions for staff? Mr. Kennedy?
None?
Sandy?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Mr. Willis. I think my question is just to get validation that I'm interpreting the regs right. So this is allowed in the land use table as an accessory use that's conditionally allowed on rural residential land if it meets the density requirement for the zone.
It would be considered a single family.
Right. But it's the
Conditionally
accessory,
allowed.
it's the accessory use category, right? Further down in the land use table. Okay, trust me, I think that's there. Okay, so
We went by the single family.
so the
by the
reason
residential.
why it's okay though for this kind of zoning is that it's 10.5 acres total, and it would meet if you did divide that in the
Right.
half. It's not even, it's further down, it's
Oh, is it?
on the
Okay.
chart, yeah, it's on the next page, there's a category called accessory uses, I think. So if this were smaller, you wouldn't, at the staff level, you wouldn't have entertained this as a conditional use.
Correct.
Okay, thanks, that's all I had.
Platt? Would you explain again how the construction got started without getting this conditional use?
Yeah, so they applied for a principal structure, which would be the house, and an accessory building, which would be the barn. And because we have no code, we don't need to know like blueprints or anything like that. We don't see that. And then he turned in 2 wastewater applications. And on the site plan of one, it said, house, and on the other one, it said barn with apartment. And because those are 2 dwellings, that's how this was caught.
And that was something that applicant just didn't realize needed to be done.
Right.
Okay. And it was an honest mistake.
Yeah.
That's all I have. Okay, just again, my questions are rather like Sanning's, just to be clear where we are. The new home just was built.
Yeah. I don't even think it's fully built yet, but yeah.
Yeah, when I was looking at my aerial imagery, it isn't even on there yet, so we have to.
Yeah, I drove out there and they were working on it.
I noted that the lot is 10.5 acres, and it's surrounded by 10-acre lots, some of them down as small as 7s. So he could have just come in and subdivided, is that correct?
I mean, he
Could have subdivided into 2 lots, and he would have been within the
That's a
parameters of his
flat
rural
subdivision.
residential lot.
It would have been a process, but yeah, potentially.
Okay. Again, my point is that as I was looking at it, thinking that he would have had a right to subdivide that 10.5 acres into 2 5s if he had wanted to within his zone.
Sure.
And then we would have proceeded on that basis, which to me suggests that the thing is easily approvable. There were 2 letters from the neighbors saying that they thought that was a great idea, assuming there were no objections.
We did not receive any now.
That we're aware of.
And I believe those are like the only neighbors around right now. I think it's a pretty empty subdivision.
Yeah, no, it certainly looked that way. And it would involve an additional well and an additional septic.
We don't permit wells, but
But that's our understanding.
septic, yes.
He noted that his plan on the question of access, that there would be no additional access. My question is that an appropriate condition of our approval, or is that kind of automatically part of our approval by virtue of it being stated in the report?
Yeah, it's in the report, so it's official.
And that makes it an enforceable condition of the approval?
Yep.
Okay. That's all I had. Others? That spark anything from anybody? Is the applicant here?
I believe he was online.
Is it Richard Larson?
Yes.
He's on there. We're having some technical issues on this and we can't see anything.
Oh, but
I can see it on my screen. So.
Are you there, Mr. Larson?
I am here.
Would you like to share anything with us? And does anyone have any questions for Mr. Larson?
I have nothing additional to share. I thought Mr. Wilms did a wonderful job.
Okay. I'm looking at my colleagues and I'm not seeing anyone anxious to put you through the ringer. So thank you for appearing, and we will open this to more general public comment. Is there anyone who would like to comment on the Larson conditional use application? I see none in the room. David, online, is anybody raising a hand or?
I don't see any now.
Okay, hearing none, seeing none, we will close this portion of our public hearing. And back to the commission. What's your pleasure?
I move to recommend the Board of County Commissioners approve the Larson conditional use application CU-07-22, adopting and incorporating the staff analysis, findings of fact, and conclusions of law as each are stated in this staff report.
Second.
Okay, motion by Hanning, second by Kennedy. Discussion of the motion. Let's do a roll call on this. Mr. Kennedy.
Aye.
Ms. Hanning.
Aye.
Mr. Platt. Aye. Mr. Stein. Absent. Aye. Oh, you're there. Okay, thank you, Jeff. That was an aye.
That was an aye.
Thank you. Hinckley, aye. It's unanimous. And let the record reflect that we've been joined by Commissioner Stein. Okay, next item under public applications, the Einsbar preliminary plat application, SD 0222. What says staff?
All right. The applicant and owner is Galen Einsbar, located at 214 North Fork Road. The request is approval of a preliminary plat application. Current zoning is rural residential. Current use, there is 1 residence on the property, and lots will be accessed from East North Fork Road and North Fork Road. There were some reviews. Chelsea Matthews, County Assessor, had no concerns. Karen Bowman, Senior GIS Analyst, had no concerns. Gina Munari, Real Estate Supervisor, had no concerns. Jake Schneider, County Engineer, had some comments regarding the engineering report and preliminary plat, but everything has been taken care of. The Laramie Rivers Conservation District, Martin Curry, Interim District Manager, believes that this is a suitable use for this parcel. He noted that erosion should not be an issue with respect to water runoff on slopes, but wind erosion and weed encroachment on disturbed land may be an issue. Care should be taken to minimize land disturbance. They also encourage rural small acre landowners to test their well every 3 to 5 years. His full comments can be seen in the review section. YDOT, Brian Shields, District Construction Engineer, had no comments. Summary of subdivision permit requirements. Water lots will be provided domestic water from individual wells. Sewer lots will be provided sewage systems by individual systems that will need to be applied for through the Albany County Planning Office. There is an existing small wastewater system that serves the existing house, which is on proposed lot 1. A storm drainage report was complete for this proposal and reviewed by Jake Schneider, county engineer. Rocky Mountain Power provides power to the area. Postal Service is existing in the area. No new roads are proposed. Road maintenance, the applicant will need to pay into the existing road maintenance provider, the North Fork Owners Association. Financial assurance for improvements is not required. Fire protection will be provided by Albany County. Notice has been provided in accordance with the Albany County Planning and Subdivision Regulations, Chapter 4, Section 9. Findings of fact, the findings necessary for approval, applicant responses, and staff analysis of inclusion of required information as referenced in this report are affirmatively adopted as findings that the applicant has provided the board with adequate information that the requested and required findings, documentation, notice, and notations have been satisfied by the applicant, and the same are incorporated herein. Conclusions of law, the applicant is proceeding in accordance with and is in compliance with the requirements of the Albany County Planning and Subdivision Regulations. Staff analysis at the May 11th Planning and Zoning meeting and the June 7th, 2022 Board of County Commissioners meeting. The variance request from county regulations for a small subdivision within an already platted subdivision requiring a review and recommendation from Wyoming DEQ was denied for this application. The applicant has since followed county regulations for the review and recommendation from Wyoming DEQ. The preliminary plat complies with the Albany County Planning and Subdivision Regulations. This subdivision is being proposed in the North Fork subdivision of Centennial. The lots would be accessed from North Fork Road and East North Fork Road. Staff recommendation is approval of the preliminary plat application for the Einsbach subdivision application SD 0222, adopting and incorporating the staff analysis, findings of fact, and conclusions of law as each are stated in the staff report.
You should be doing ads for medicines at the end where they give you all the fast-paced qualifications. Thank you. All right, questions for staff. We'll do our round robin. Mr. Kennedy.
None right now. There's one I'm looking for that I've got to find my notes that I made on it, but I'll bring it up at an appropriate time. I think it's actually directed towards some of the comments we made.
Okay, well, everybody gets to talk as many times as they want to. We'll just start in order. Ms. Hanning.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Mr. Wilmus. Sorry, I'm trying to get my thoughts together too, because we did see this back in May for the variance. So did all of the stormwater drainage engineering report truly get addressed? I mean, it looked like that it took a while for the county engineer to get the information that he was seeking. So I just want to be reassured that he really did finally get.
I guess Jake, I think, is on, but also I believe he signed off on it. So.
I guess I just mostly want to follow up on some of the comments from the concerned citizens. Is there anything to be made from whether there was a lot split already done and there's no more allowed, and the recording of the deed didn't get kept up to date, and therefore this shouldn't be happening? That seemed to be one of the concerns from the neighbors, and I wondered if that's a possibility.
So I know there used to be a provision and a regulation, and Dave would probably know dates better than I do, where you could subdivide your lot once for free is kind of how we describe it. But we don't have that anymore. It went through the full subdivision process. So
it's an old provision that doesn't apply anymore, and probably even if it did, it's just you get a one-time free. It doesn't mean it stops you from availing yourself of county code to further subdivide.
correct.
Okay, and then the issues over road maintenance, if they're required to pay into the North Fork Owners Association. But it sounds like the North Fork Owners Association isn't necessarily on board with the changes to the road use. Is that a showstopper?
So I've talked to the North Fork Owners Association, I believe, several times in the last few months. And I don't believe that they have any problems with, continuing to do the road maintenance or anything like that. It was just, they wanted, because currently these guys are not in that association, do not pay for it. They just wanted assurance that they would be required to.
Okay, thanks. That's all I have right now. Thanks very much.
Mr. Platt? Aye. Mr. Stein?
No questions at this time.
Let me just quickly follow up on the last comment from Commissioner Henning. So they want assurance that these guys will join. Is that assurance that we can give them, or from whence does that assurance come?
A staff report, if you are approving, based on adopting and incorporating the staff analysis, findings of fact, and conclusions of law in the staff report, requires them to do that.
Okay, so that's as though it were a condition of our approval. You don't need to condition, right? But it's automatically part of our approval.
When we approve an application, it includes everything that's in that app in the staff report. So if it's listed in the staff report, they need to abide by that as part of their permit.
Okay, thank you. Just a procedural one. When we say we're adopting the findings of fact, I don't see anything called findings of fact. So I guess that's kind of your summary of subdivision permit requirements.
Underneath that, there's a finding of fact.
Well,
Mr. Chair, I see that on page 2. My
so the findings are the findings of fact are the applicant responses. The findings necessary for approval, do we list those somewhere? I guess I'm thinking like when we see zoning things, we have this, here are all the things you have to do, and those are the ones that are listed on the preliminary plats are required, information required for preliminary plat, and it goes right down the list, including geologic hazards, one thing and another. Is it? So is your thinking that you have gone through each of those required submissions under your summary of subdivision permit requirements? I'm just waiting to see something that says what it is we're approving is findings necessary for approval. Caps.
The attorney's office wrote this for us, so I'm assuming it's fine.
Okay.
I mean, I could just say that we're not listing every requirement that's required in the subdivision regulations. That's not in here. The summary of subdivision permit requirements, that hits those key issues that addresses, what we're looking at here.
Yeah, I was just comparing it to the written criteria, which of course we've been looking at for some months now. Here are the things you need to do to get us to approve a preliminary plan.
Right.
So I guess my characterization of it is staff is telling us, yes, they met all those requirements, yet without specifying what they were, how they responded.
Yeah, I guess.
Okay.
Being based on the applications provided by the applicant, our review of that and all the reports that were provided. Yeah, but I understand what you're saying. I mean, we don't have anything listed saying findings necessary for approval. If that's what we're looking for, to list those things out. I mean, maybe we could put a section like that and just state that we've reviewed the findings necessary for approval that are required in the plan and subdivision regulations and found that they've been met. I don't know. I know that the county attorney's office did provide a draft of an analysis or a staff report that did have pretty much everything in the.
We did, and that was our recommendation,
Yeah.
was to go step by step.
All right, well, let me just flag that for future reference. I'm not going to stop the show here, but again, perhaps under conditioning for Mr. Harrison, become sensitive to making things match up on a kind of a one-by-one basis. Okay, another finding of fact that should be reflected in here is that we did receive an opinion from DEQ that we saw that yesterday, I guess, correct? Yeah, and it received a non-adverse, correct? So that should be incorporated in our findings of fact somehow or other. So maybe that's in the thing going forward.
We can add that. I mean, you can amend the staff report going forward. We can add that under like,
Would that be one of the reports?
yeah, I'd probably just, is there a section for reports?
Well, you have a section of review comments. Maybe that's what fits.
Yeah,
Yeah.
maybe put it under there. Yeah.
The record coming out of this meeting and the basis of our approval should include that.
Yeah, I mean,
That opinion.
absolutely.
There were various objections from the neighbors related to previous agreements, covenants, and so forth. To which my reaction was, that's outside our purview. Am I correct in that? Our response is planning and zoning to quarrels with their neighbors about who promised who to what. That's nothing we can
As
deal
far
with.
as covenants go, yeah, that's not us.
So that they might have some legal dispute with their neighbors over the covenants, but that's not anything that we have a way to deal with. Correct, I understand. Graders as well.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, let me find exactly where it is in here real quick. I know that there is a provision about there has to be adequate evidence of marketability of title. If it were to be such an onerous violation of covenants that it would affect the marketability of title, that is something we could look at. However, it does sound like they.
So to me, as a layman, that they had some issues with the neighbors that were.
And in that regard, I'd point out in their comments, it said there is no actual covenant establishing the owners association. So it's kind of a,
That is not territory we need to be with.
Okay.
That is for, yeah.
And staff now didn't see anything else in those objections from the neighbors that you felt was worthy of our attention. So, correct. Thank you. The adequate legal access came up, and I think you've addressed that in response to Commissioner Hanning's questions. Guess that's all I had this round, Mr. Kennedy. You reminded yourself.
it is later if there are other public comments. I did find it.
I'm in the same boat. I don't fish around on my computer facility, some do. All right, anyway, let's move on to questions of or comments from the applicant. Is there a representative of Einspars in attendance?
Jared's got his hand up.
Okay, we're not seeing that, so thank you, Mr. Gersh. Jared.
Good evening. Yes, I'm Jared Ralph, professional engineer with Coffee Engineering and Surveying. I'm representing the Irons Far subdivision. So far, I have nothing really to add. Mr. Wilm has covered it very well. I think, actually, I would say the only thing I could add was that the main rejection last time was just due to not having the non-adverse recommendation from DEQ, and we've gone and obtained that. We have the report, so yeah, thinking we covered all of our bases.
Thank you. Any questions for Representative Kennedy?
Yeah, thank you.
Sam?
Thanks.
Platt? Stein?
Yeah, I was just curious. The DEQ letter said notes required to be added to the final plan. Do we do that? Is that something that the developer does? I'm a little unclear.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch that. Could you speak up a little?
Certainly, in the DEQ letter referring to this, it says both second paragraph and third paragraph in the proposed septic system, proposed water system. Notes required to be added to the final plan and other pertinent documents are adhered to and is maintained. Is that something that we deal with, or is that just a
I
requirement
think it would.
put on?
Just later on, it said none.
Yeah, it went on to say that there were none. I think what you're reading is that they said, if we have anything to add, you have to add it, but then later on, they said, we don't have it. Is that?
Yeah, I was confused by that. So I'm just asking for clarification.
Yeah, I think kind of a kludgy way to say it, but I think that's where that.
Yeah, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
If there were notes in the DEQ letter that they listed, we would require those to be put on the plat, so.
Thank you.
But in this case, where there wasn't, we're not.
Came up an invitation to the applicant to respond to anything in the letters from the neighbors. Not that you have to, but do you care to respond to any of their comments?
I have no response at this time.
Okay, thank you. Another question. Do you know, did you get any, did you or your consultant get any feedback from DEQ with respect to their non-adverse note? You know, or was there any discussion of that beyond just the letter that we received?
It was just, as far as I know, it was just the letter that was received. We have a outside consultant that handles our environmental reports, Weston Engineering. And so if there was any back and forth between DEQ and someone, it would have been with Weston, but I received nothing save for the non-adverse recommendation.
Okay. I bring that up because I have some objections to that report, but I'm not sure there's anything that we could resolve at this point. So let's move on. Other questions, comments for that? All right, let's open this to public comment. Would anybody like to offer a public comment on the ISPAR preliminary plat application? I see no response here in the room. Mr. Gertz, anybody online?
No.
Okay.
We should be able to see online again. All right, you guys got it figured out. So,
Okay, there I see.
so good job, Stuart.
We're a little shy on public in any case. All right, going once, going twice. Hearing none, we will close the public comment period of our deliberations. Which brings it back to us at the commission. I have a few thoughts that I'll defer to my colleagues to start with. Anybody want to weigh in on this?
Go ahead.
Okay. With a sigh, I point out that this is quite like the preliminary plat application that we got on the Howell, which is the next one in terms of bringing forward its final, in that the chapter 23 water wastewater suitability study suffers from the same defects that we saw on the preliminary plat application for Howell. Our response at that point was to, in the interest of moving the project forward, were to approve it with the condition that those defects be corrected. We could do the same thing here. Now, since it's all the same players, including Mr. Ralph, perhaps I could get staff to walk us through what happened the last time we did that. Those conditions, I remember this correctly, it was very similar. My objections, our objections, I assume my colleagues haven't changed their minds since then, relate to the technical details of how that Chapter 23 wastewater feasibility study was done. It went to the county commissioners with those conditions. Now, pick up the thread from there and tell me where we are. What happened? You got it.
Well, Joe did staff report. His recommendation, well, he brought your recommendation to the planet or to the Board of County Commissioners. When the motion was made, however, it is unclear whether those conditions were included. It was their recommendation was, or their decision was to approve it as presented. So I don't know if that meant as presented with those, or as presented on, because on the actual agenda it just said, consideration of this application or whatever. So whether those were included in that motion, that's up for discussion, I guess.
Okay.
So,
Rare.
After hearing exactly what the motion was, and also looking at the minutes of the preliminary plat application approval, neither of which contain any discussion of conditions. So those were not, in my opinion, attached by the commissioners.
So where does that leave us? And like I say, we can envelop this in the discussion of Einspar. It's also a discussion of Howell. If we were to do the same thing with the Einspar preliminary as we did with the Howell preliminary, could we do it differently, or was it simply that legally they declined to accept our conditions? Is that what?
That would be the legal effect, is that they declined to adopt those in their approval of the preliminary. This commission can always attach another condition, or attach a sufficient rationale for denial.
the other option would be to table the application and ask the applicant to bring that back to you. We do have, kind of a time period we need to do that, so they'd have to bring it back by the next meeting, and then that way you guys could make the decision on it, make the recommendation based on whether they did that or not. That way you're not pushing it on out of your realm. I mean, you have some influence here, I would say. But those are your three options, I think. So.
Okay, summarize those again. Now we're talking about Einspar, so I'm just using Howell as kind of my model for how we handle that. But all right, the Einspar is the one in front of us. Our options are.
So approve with condition, deny with a sufficient rationale, or recommend denial. These are recommendations. Or table consideration, so that the applicant could come back, so long as if it falls within the statutory time period for
Sure.
When planning and zoning has to make a decision, which sounds like would be next meeting. I would still be within that.
Yeah.
Okay. And request that the applicant provide greater detail at that time.
And looking at what happened with Howell, have you a recommendation? Again, I don't know what my colleagues are, but let's posit that we would like to attach those same conditions. So as between sending it up to the county commission with those conditions versus tabling it for further information, which you have some advice on that, which would more effectively get done what we want to do.
I guess it depends on what happens at the meeting or the county commissioners meeting, because if they don't include those in their motion, then it'll be the same as kind of what just happened with the Howell applications.
Sorry, because I heard you earlier, it would be to keep it within our embrace would be to
Right.
table it for cause, what better term.
Mhm. And I think that the three of us have figured out a way to ensure that the commissioners are more squarely voting on this commission's recommendation.
My guess is that that was simply an oversight, but if we can reduce the vulnerability to an oversight, then we should do so. Okay, that's all I had by way of discussion. I don't find the preliminary plat objectionable on its face, but I continue to object to flawed technical analyses being submitted to us. Comments? Zed?
Mr. Chair, I just wonder if we could test drive the reg changes that we've been talking about here, like if we were to make the changes to the subdivision regulations that Mr. Ayers has been working on, this would have come to us as a preliminary plat with just the raw data without having gone to DEQ at this point. And we would be saying, we don't think you should be using your perk test data in this other way. So we're sending you back. I mean, would we be tabling in that case, Mr. Ayers? Just trying to think about the new regs and how they could get us out of this jam. So we're not happy with the calculations that they're proposing to submit to DEQ for the analysis. And we're saying, what are we saying? Are we denying it until they come back with the numbers? Are we tabling it until they come back with the right numbers?
That is a good question, Commissioner Hanning. I think ultimately, whether or not new numbers will come forward, that's an applicant's court. So long as it's within the time periods that we've set up with these new regulations, tabling is always an option, so that you can hopefully get something back. If you're still unhappy with that, I think your course then would be recommendation of denial.
But I've had much the same question. The timeline under which we are constrained right now is by virtue of having received the DEQ analysis. Is that correct?
That is.
And then, as Ms. Hanning suggested, our rewrite of regs, understanding that's not what we're operating under now, relieved us of that because we would not have started that 45-day DEQ triggered period. Is that correct?
Correct. At least that statutory timeline would not be triggered. I would have to look back and see if we had any sort of internal timelines for a preliminary plat and preliminary report.
Okay, let's hold that thought for later on our agenda.
I would like to hear from the applicant raise their hands.
Please, Mr. Ralph.
I guess my primary question when it comes to this conversation is, so what is it going to look like? What am I going to turn in that's going to be acceptable then? Because this has been reviewed and approved by DEQ, Wyoming DEQ, who by Wyoming State Statute 18-5-306 has review authority over these submittals and has the ultimate final say. So what I'm concerned about is that we're getting into this nebulous territory where, okay, you're disagreeing with our numbers, but under what condition are our numbers correct then? What does that look like? And that's, I mean, that's my primary question here is like, okay, so we've gone through the review process as it's on the books currently per Wyoming statute and per Albany County subdivision regulations. And we followed those to the letter, but now we're at this, I'm at this meeting now and I'm being told that my subcontractor's numbers are somehow bunk. I don't have any evidence I can fight against that. I have nothing I can then take and go to my subcontractor and say, hey, you need to check these numbers. So what I need to know is what it's going to take to satisfy these conditions that aren't stated in any of the, any of the regulations that we've been subject to up to this point.
It's a fair point, and if you'll recall at our May meeting, you, in this same discussion, asked that we codify our concerns in writing so that you could pass them on to your subconsultant. So, we're mixing these two together. What did you pass those on to your consultant? What did they say?
Yes, and then I was able to email the response to David and Joe, Mr. Gertz and Mr. Wilmes, around 3:40. I don't know if that was too late. I have them here also for the Howell Acres portion. And they pretty vociferously defend their calculations. They didn't go back and say, oh, gee, we're wrong. They said, well, no, we had this data. We were under these regulations and we produced these calculations, which were approved. So, again, I asked with presenting that to you, how does that resolve anything then? Because none of the numbers that you're unsatisfied with changed. This wasn't unapproved by DEQ. So I need to know, like, my job is, for all intents and purposes, to my clients, is my job is to get this platted, period. So in order for me to do my job, I need to know, okay, when is this approved? When have I submitted enough things in writing that say, no, these calculations are in fact correct. This agency has approved them, and here's us defending it. So I mean, you can to continue mixing them, like, what's to stop Howell from being tabled because you still don't like the calculations, even though nothing has changed fundamentally. Wyoming DEQ has still approved it, and they're still the ultimate authority on this too. So I'm a little confused as to why I'm subject to further review comments when the governing body, as established by Wyoming statute, has spoken.
Okay, valid questions. Let me ask you one more. At what point did you supply our May comments to your subconsultant?
I provided them in May, and then one of the consultants left, and I provided them this afternoon to the consultants that have replaced him. And it is the same people that worked on the report. There was just a lot of chaos at their in transition. You know how that goes when you have new people coming in and people leaving, and the staff that remains having to pick up the pieces. So this has been looked at since May, and nothing has been deemed necessary to change. And there's no reason to, from where I'm sitting. Like, I don't see why these projects need to be rejected when we have followed all of the regulations, state and county, to the letter, but all of a sudden, someone at the hearing has decided that, I mean, I guess my question to you is, do you think DEQ is in error in approving these, in issuing these non-adverse conditions?
Yes,
Yes.
Yes.
Well, then that sounds like something you need to take up with DEQ, because my
Well-
client is not subject, as of right now, has fulfilled all of their requirements. And
Okay,
it's not fair to hold their projects hostage just to, when there's something that needs to be resolved between agencies.
we'll get Mr. Ayers into this discussion, but just to fully populate the context. Your sub-consultant called me this morning at about 10 o'clock,
I'm aware.
representing that is the first that they had seen of our concerns.
Levi, yes. That was the first Levi had seen of your concerns, because Ben Jordan had it in May, but he didn't transfer it after he left. So to fill in your gaps, that's what happened.
Between 10 o'clock this morning and 4:37 or something this afternoon, your sub-consultant fashioned a reply, which quite frankly, I have had no opportunity to look at. I would posit that the points that we raised in our letter to you in May were not addressed in that hurried response. Okay, so now I think you're suggesting to us that we had no right to ask you those questions in the first place. I think we can all agree that your response was cursory at best. Now, I'll turn to Mr. Ayers. Just a moment, there are provisions in our regulations that our applicants, apart from DEQ, are required to share with us their analysis of the adequacy of their wastewater disposal. Now, again, I'll defer to council in terms of how those interface with DEQ, but go ahead, Mr. Ralph.
Well, was it found to be inadequate when DEQ reported to you?
I'm sorry to understand the question.
It sounded like DEQ has to report inadequacies to you. Is that, did I mishear?
No, I'm suggesting that we are unsatisfied with DEQ's analysis of our requirement to satisfy ourselves that you have adequately addressed your impacts on groundwater quality.
The requirement is to obtain a DEQ non-adverse recommendation. That is what the subdivision requirement is. It isn't, we got to go through multiple rounds of review with people arguing about what is adequate or not. It is submit your report to DEQ, obtain DEQ approval, take DEQ approval before the commission. It's DEQ can ask for assistance from the Planning and Zoning Commission. Did they request assistance from the county at any time?
Not to my knowledge.
So DEQ, the department that has oversight and whose recommendations are what are required for approval, has approved it. So again, I ask you, how much further do I have to go beyond the stated subdivision regulations to satisfy to satisfy your requirements? Because this seems very nebulous. These goalposts keep moving. It was to get in front of you, I had to go and get a DEQ non-adverse recommendation. And now I'm being told that non-adverse recommendation isn't good enough, even though that's what's required. So I just, again, pose the question, what is the endpoint here? What can I submit that fulfills my duty of getting this subdivision approved?
All right.
I also question what is the problem with a timetable between May and November? You know, what does it matter when someone wrote the recommendations? We had to go back and start an environmental report and get that approved before they had any, and get that approved before we could move forward with the project. So I'm just very confused in what is a very straightforward process in the county regulations is suddenly getting very muddled and very nebulous right now.
Mr. Chairman, please.
What more are we looking for from the applicant? Now I'm curious.
Okay, Bill, as we discussed in May, and as various members of this discussion may be aware, this has been a point of concern between us and DEQ for some extended period of time. And it bears on the rigor with which they are evaluating these water and wastewater reviews. We have found through records requests that staff within DEQ has some of the same objections that the hydrogeologists on this commission have voiced, and they have been apparently resolved one way or the other by their district engineer, who then sends us those letters. Subsequent to the Howell decision, I wrote a letter to, as I think I've related to this commission, to the gentleman who signed the no adverse, asking about these very issues. My question precipitated a conference call with the administrator of water quality and her deputy in charge of water wastewater, where they agreed that there were some problems here. They were working on them, and it's unresolved. If you'll recall, Administrator Zygmunt came over and had a meeting with Commissioner Gosar, where there were a whole variety of issues, including these ones that were put in the parking lot, as she put it. As far as I know, nothing has been resolved. Is that correct, Mr. Gertsch? Had any further communications with DEQ on anything from that meeting?
Not that I can think of. I mean, I've talked to them, but I don't think about that. So.
Okay, well, and that's something I'd like to have us codify at some point. Okay, anyway, as you're talking, Mr. Ralph, I'm looking through our regulations, the subdivision regulations of Albany County. Where I find discussion, at least, I'm not finding exact words, where we are requiring the applicant to give us a qualified opinion on impacts to groundwater. Where a proposed source of water for subdivision's groundwater source, a written opinion from a registered professional geologist that the proposed source is sufficient in terms of quality, quantity, and dependability for the type of subdivision proposed. That provision of our regulations exists independent of anything DEQ may or may not say. So the answer to your question would be rather like DEQ. What does it take to make DEQ happy? What does it take to satisfy us that our applicant has adequately considered the impacts to groundwater quality of their subdivision? That's our charge in approving them.
Mm-hmm.
We are not so satisfied. And we've invited you in quite explicit terms to provide argument, data, evidence, calculations that would lead to that level of satisfaction. I don't have a problem with that. I'll invite Mr. Ayers to weigh in on this.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Under 185306, DEQ is the reviewing authority for the safety adequacy, for the safety and adequacy of the proposed sewage system and proposed water supply systems. And out of that, they give a recommendation. Now, the county explicitly under statute can still approve a subdivision permit even with a adverse recommendation from DEQ. The same is true on the inverse. That determination is ultimately up to the county. And while DEQ's recommendation carries significance, it is not the end all be all.
So in your opinion, the county, whether it's us recommending to the board or the board itself, can deny an application due to an inadequate review of impacts to water quality. So when you say they are the reviewing authority, is the implication they are the sole reviewing authority, which seems to be Mr. Ralph's contention?
No.
Thank you.
Well, then I'm going to need comments to come in during the review and comment time. This is ridiculous. I have gone through everything that Jake Schneider has asked. I have gone through everything that David and Joe have asked, and that is the appropriate review and comment time. DEQ has their own review and comment time, and having this happen when I am in front of the board and being told that it's not adequate, and then no one can tell me what an adequate submittal looks like. Like, so what's to stop?
Pardon
this-
me, sir, pardon me, but I don't have anything that your consultant sent at 4:38 today.
Okay.
I don't have anything. So I have to go.
Do you not trust your staff to review and tell you that we have met the requirements?
This is a technical issue. Our staff is not and does not have, and they have said they do not have the technical qualification to review this particular issue.
So I'm not supposed to get through the whole staff, the county engineer, the
Mr.
county
Ralph,
planning.
Mr. Ralph, wait. Let's let Mr. Thine finish, please. Mr. Thine,
Thank you.
were you done?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This particular commission has technical expertise that exceeds the county staff. That's the way it works out. I
So
reviewed.
why didn't you review it during
Excuse
the
me.
meeting?
Finish.
Excuse me,
Mr. Ralph,
would you
Mr.
allow
Ralph.
me to finish? Thank you, Mr. Chair. I reviewed what was submitted for the next and your next project. It is inadequate, period. As a technical registered geologist in the state of Wyoming and a hydrogeologist, it is inadequate. We could take that up, and your request to have specific guidelines and to meet specific goals is perfectly reasonable. But you can't come in and say, hey, wait a minute, I sent you something at 4:38 that no one else has, and well, at least I don't have, which in theory, your new consultant, sub-consultant, would have provided the information that allows a technical review. And that technical review has no time limit that I'm aware of other than the general time limit to approve things. And 4:38 doesn't cut it. Nor does the review. The answers to Mr. Hinckley's concerns, which were sent out quite some time ago, were not addressed either.
They were. That is completely untrue. I have no control over other offices and when they can send things back to me.
Mr. Ralph, please, wait your turn. Mr. Thine, continue.
Thank you. Pause.
The reply to Mr. Hinckley's letters, which are relevant to this particular situation, as well as the next one we will address, were completely inadequate. I can't say anything else as a professional. I can't say anything else as a commissioner. And so while your concerns are very valid, I have not seen any attempt to have a conversation on a technical level to resolve this issue. And if you are asking for people to vote without sufficient technical review of an issue which we as county planning and zoning commissioners are charged to do our best we can with it, then I have to say, I am surprised. I'm surprised that in all this time period since May, this issue has not been addressed. Further, that DEQ has simply abrogated their responsibility. In that case, that falls to us. And while their recommendation is not the end all and be all, the recommendation was no adverse finding without any technical merit to that recommendation, without any discussion of that recommendation. So I share your frustration. I would love to just move on from this, but we have no technical discussion that has been submitted on this particular issue, nor on the next one. In my
We can,
professional
I would love to bring it up. and
Let
go
me,
with
I'm
you.
I'm going to add
done.
something.
I'm finished. He is welcome to make his comment.
Thank you, and I'm going to interject here that I share the concern. We've discussed it at this commission. We have a very detailed review that's available to us through Mr. Snyder, and we simply don't have the expertise, as Mr. Thine has pointed out, to provide that level of review of all of the documents that are provided to us. I think we proceeded in good faith with that understanding to provide that Schneider-esque review, if you like, in May, so that we could have that dialogue with this applicant, and that never happened. So just a moment. So in fairness, those comments could be taken in the same stead as those you received from the county engineer who asked for more information. Some of these things are as simple as a specific parameter. Mr. Snyder looked at your drainage analysis and said you used the wrong roughness coefficient. Presumably you or the appropriate expert on your team would have come back and said, here either, oh, well, here it is with the right roughness coefficient, or here's why we're using that one. That is precisely the kind of feedback that we were seeking from this applicant back in May. And we're willing to
Different
approve.
applicant. I'm sorry, that was Garrett Howell. This is a different application.
Just a moment. Well, let's do this in an orderly manner. Okay, so that's my characterization of how we've proceeded with this, and it is not ideal, and we have some issues with DEQ, which we've worked with DEQ on, and they've yet to be resolved. Now, Mr. Ralph, what have you to say?
I would like, again, I'm posing the same question, which has not been answered. How do I satisfy these nebulous concerns? Mr. Tyne has not presented anything concrete that I can reply to when it comes to the Einsfar subdivision with these concerns. So what can I provide to move this forward? Because that is still, okay, we've established you have issues with how DEQ reviews things. You believe that is inadequate. You believe that the staff reviews do not contain the particular expertise that you have to approve a project that goes in front of you, which, I mean, I feel like, one, we could start including you in the review process if you are so inclined. I'd love to maybe get your comments earlier so it doesn't come to this point where I'm trying to get something passed. This should be a yay or nay. Did they fulfill all their requirements? But suddenly this requirement that is not written down, this requirement that is internal between the Planning and Zoning Commission and Wyoming DEQ is now stopping all of my projects dead. And I have no reference as to how to correct it. You said, okay, Jake Schneider is a great example. Every time I had a comment from Jake Schneider, he had a specific regulation he could point to, a number, just a chapter, number, subheading, all that great stuff where it says you are required to do this. And that is part of what I am able to do in my reviews. In my reviews with Jake is I can say, I have satisfied this written requirement that is part of the review process and part of the approval process versus this, again, seems like shooting from the hip, like, okay, I acknowledge you are a all professional geologist, licensed geologists. So is Levi Heim, geologist that wrote the report for this subdivision. So he was the one who, his office, he supervised this report going out, but his expertise doesn't match up with the expertise of this commission, and that's concerning to me. Because then, okay, how do we bridge this gap then? Where I have one geologist saying this is fine, here are my calculations, I will put my stamp on them, and another group of geologists saying, well, that actually isn't correct, you need to come back with different numbers, and I have no regulations to reference. I have no actual set, we have no set process for me to go through. I turn to my client and I say, well, I don't know what we're going to do. I have to go back and set up a meeting with, one geologist to talk to the county's geologists to see if they're satisfied with what DEQ approved with their engineers and geologists. I mean, I don't understand how suddenly my geologist, the geologist on my team, his expertise is somehow inadequate now that it's being under review by this body.
Well, there's nothing sudden about this. You and your client.
I didn't say it was sudden. The suddenness is not my concern. The time frame is not my concern. My concern is what can I do to satisfy you in this situation? And I have no code to go by. It's not, I gotcha. We got it in May. The timetable, you don't like the timetable that we turned around, it was too sudden. I agree, I've been stressing out about it all afternoon. The issue I'm having is okay, if we move on to Einsfar and we find that you don't like this response, or you find this response inadequate when we go over it, where do I go? What do I do? I have to then tell my client he's got to pay for another report because the geologist fumbled it so bad. And then the geologist has to go back to DEQ and say, hey, excuse me, when you approved this, that was actually a mistake. Like what I'm asking for is, how do I move this forward then?
Okay, at some point we will have exhausted this particular conversation, but you're, as a technical person, may appreciate. In the DEQ established nitrate mass balance modeling, one is required to provide a aquifer hydraulic conductivity. Again, rather like any of a number of parameters that show up in the surface drainage analyses with which you're familiar. Okay, and it was pointed out in May that the number used for the hydraulic conductivity of the aquifer was
wrong project. I'm sorry, wrong project.
Wrong project.
You're commenting on this is Einsfar. You're commenting on how.
I'm coming on how, but I am.
Same Mormon model.
It's the same issue that we have with Einsfar. What I'm suggesting to my colleagues, and we'll see how that goes, is that we similarly condition our approval, or we simply delay it until you guys can respond. But I think you are categorically incorrect to suggest that you have been posed some nebulous, foggy target. We were very explicit. That is a number expressed in gallons per day per square feet. The number that your consultant provided, we think, is bunk. And we said so in very clear terms 6 months ago. Now, I don't think that is subject to this notion of we just have to be made happy in some amorphous way.
Okay, so what's going to happen? So now I have a letter here that says actually those numbers are correct. What do we do?
Well, first place, you do not have a letter there that says those numbers are correct. You have a letter that says no adverse opinion, and this was commented on.
No,
earlier.
I have a reply from Weston Engineering defending their numbers for Einsfar from 6 months ago. If we're going to discuss that, let's discuss that. I have a letter that says that replies to your concerns from 6 months ago. So they're saying that their calculations are sound. What do we do?
Well, in the first place, that isn't what their letter says. They're arguing that those calculations are irrelevant. It's an interesting case, and I've had all of 2 minutes to analyze that letter. So what we do is we take that letter under advisement, and we would be happy to communicate with you on whether we find it adequately addresses our charge to approve subdivisions that have demonstrated to us that they meet our criteria for adequately protecting the health, welfare, and prosperity, whatever it is, of the citizens of Albany County. So we would be happy to, I'll speak for myself, I'd be happy to respond to Mr. Himes' letter of now, 113 minutes ago, in due course. I cannot respond to that letter as I sit here today, and it's incorrect of you to suggest that you have now answered it, and how do we respond? Okay, are there others who would like to weigh in on this? I've spoken too much. Mr. Ralph's made his point perfectly clear. What are our options? What's our preference?
Mr. Chairman, I move to recommend to the Board of County Commissioners approval of the Hines Park subdivision preliminary plat application SD 0222, adopting and incorporating the staff analysis findings of fact and conclusions of law as stated in the staff report.
Thank you. Is there a second to that motion?
I second that.
Thank you. Is there a discussion of that motion?
I like to pose the question to y'all. As a practical matter, is a subdivision likely to cause a serious problem for water quality?
Based on the limited data that have been provided to us, my opinion would be it's not likely. To be perfectly fair to your question, Mr. Platt. What concerns me is that we have in the record conspicuously erroneous analyses. And it's a shame that this particular applicant has been caught up in this discussion. And I think your question, conjecture, it's unfortunate that DEQ provides us nothing more than a no adverse opinion. They don't explain why that is. If we want to understand anything more about what DEQ has to say, we have to file a records request. I think that is incorrect. It's unfortunate. So I'm speculating that somebody at DEQ said, well, these numbers are all wrong, but it probably doesn't matter, so go ahead and give it a pass. I just object to that attitude, either from DEQ, if in fact it is DEQ's attitude, or from this commission. So that's the substance of my objection to proceeding in that way.
Sympathetic to that.
That's
And,
okay.
and I'm sympathetic to that, but I'm also very sympathetic to applicants who are caught in the middle of a fight between this commission and DEQ, and that ought not to be. And that is why I worded that motion the way that I did, because that discussion should not be happening with applicants. It should be happening solely with DEQ. There is no reason for this discussion to take place with applicants. It should only happen with DEQ. And I wish that my life hadn't involved dueling geologists for probably the last 10 or 12 years. So I would ask to go ahead and call the question and move forward with this at this point.
Are you making that a formal motion to cut off debate?
If I have a second, it is.
That's a non-debatable motion that
Yeah.
comes to immediate vote, it takes 2/3 to pass. So
Mr. Chair, may I respond to Mr. Platt's question?
let's see what Mr. Kennedy's pleasure is. Do you want to seek a second to
first.
cut off debate and vote on the motion?
I'd like to hear from Mr. Tuck.
Thank you, Mr. Thine.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To respond to Mr. Platt's question, we do not have the information in front of us to understand, and let me give you an analogy. If we were talking about the speed limit on the road in this area, and it was set to 15 miles an hour, most of us would be able to evaluate that without a calculation that was perfectly adequate. If the speed limit was 40 miles an hour, and that's what we're talking about, this number that we're talking about, if it was 40 miles an hour, we would go, whoa, wait a minute, that looks a little dangerous for that area, for this traffic pattern, for the number of people in this neighborhood that may have children who like to play outside. So when you ask me as a professional, is this likely to impact the local population, which is our charge, as I understand it, I can't give you an answer without knowing that number. What's the speed limit? And this is not an unfair analogy. I completely agree with Mr. Kennedy's point in the sense that no applicant should be caught up in this. But we have tried for 5 months to have a conversation with DEQ about the inadequacies of their specifying a speed limit as an analogy. And we haven't gotten an answer. All we've gotten is brushed off. And we see that in the next particular application, and we see it in this application, that we say, we think this speed limit is incorrect. And they say, nah, don't worry about it. So to answer your question, I can't answer your question, what is the potential impact to this area? Because this number, this critical value, is unknown. Currently, I have no letter technical response back. If it had come in a couple days ago, I would have reviewed it and said, oh, hey, the difference between 15 and 20 is no big deal. This means 15 and 40 is a big deal. But I can't do that. So that's where I'm caught up, is I'm caught up between Commissioner Kennedy's very realistic point of view, which I happen to, understand, and my charge, which is, hey, you can't just blank check something is inadequate. So that's where I am, and that's what I have to say in direct response.
Thank you. Other comments from the commission? Let me ask you a question. Ms. Hack, go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I guess in reply to you, Mr. Platt, when I was looking at tonight's agenda and the recurrent theme that we're having in general and in particular tonight about what data gets put into the Werman model, and that you can look at any application and find a variety of numbers are being used by different consultants. And that we've had the conversation that we didn't want to have this problem land on the backs of any particular applicant. And that's how I was approaching tonight. And that ultimately we're trying to do this fix with a regulation change. Among other ideas being brought up, like trying to find someone for the county who can analyze the data. But I don't think that the applicant and their consultant are off the hook for gaming the model and picking numbers that are, I think, not professionally selected, picking a percolation rate from the near surface and comparing that to the hydraulic conductivity of the aquifer is something that the subcontractor should have known well enough not to do professionally, in my opinion. And what we're observing now that we look at the Werman model in the various applications is that people are picking whatever numbers will help them achieve the goal for their client in getting something platted. And that we can't really answer the question, will this particular subdivision create an impact any more than any of the other ones out there? I was ready to approve this because of the fact that we're working on a regulation change, that we're trying to attack this in a bigger picture way. It's just unfortunate that along the way we keep having to knock our heads up against the Werman model. And some of the core choices for numbers that have been put into the model by various consultants. So I'm ready to approve this. I'd be open to conditioning it to have them redo the model, whether it goes through DEQ or not, just to see an honest to God hydraulic conductivity number getting used. And that should be a condition for the approval before it goes to the county commissioners. I'd be okay with that. It's just asking, unfortunately, at this stage in the game, for numbers that we wish could have been asked for previously. You know, we hear what you're saying, Mr. Ralph. We're trying to get our heads around this problem, because if we don't, you know, there's going to be ongoing groundwater contamination, and we're trying to solve this in an equitable fashion. We're sorry that you got dragged into some of this, but also I do think you had a responsibility, if you knew that this was a concern of ours, to not be using the perk rate as your hydraulic conductivity. As a general concept, this site, any site, it's your job for your clients to know what the temperament is of us, right? And that is something that we expected to not see coming through anymore. So like I said, I'm willing to approve this and keep things moving. That's been our philosophy throughout all of this, is to not stop forward progress for people. We're just wanting to see it get done in a way where the numbers are honest and making sense. Thanks.
Thank you. Let me just, because this is part of a larger context, ask Mr. Ayers, the revisions to the subdivision regulations that we're proposing, I don't think solve this problem, do they? But again, I'm thinking that this is, well, okay.
Right, yeah, no, it's
You're kind of
still, that's
suggesting
why
that
I
they would,
said
and
to
I'm not
test
sure
drive
that
it,
they
and
would.
it looks like we crashed.
What's your thoughts on that, Mr. Ayers?
It provides additional review from this body,
But it still fundamentally says we have the authority to review the applicant's representation of the impact of their project and deny or accept accordingly. Is that a fair statement?
I think that's central through all of this.
Okay, thank you. Now, Mr. Kennedy.
Mr. Chair, I add a clarification.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Fine.
Gentlemen, I realize for the two of you we're adding terms that are meaningless. So a perk test is you pour a bucket of water on the ground and you watch how fast it goes in. A hydraulic conductivity test involves going to a well and pouring some water in the well and watching how fast it falls. That is the water level. Put some water in, the water level came up, you watch how fast it goes. Those are the tests that Commissioner Hannon is referring. And so that I offer that as context for what we are asking Mr. Ralph or anybody who comes before us to provide. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Platt.
This is for Mr. Gersh. We're all in the same room together. I believe in frank and transparent discussion. I'd like to ask you if you believe that the applicant, as represented by Jared Ralph, is trying to game the system, or whether or not they've tried to do the right thing.
Yeah, so Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Platt, I feel like the applicant has put together the application in a manner that they felt was consistent with our regulations. I don't think they're trying to game the system. I mean, honestly, some of their points about, you know, where does it say this in the regulations? I mean, I get it, you know, it's like, I want to be able to point to what they need to be doing and be able to review it. We would love to be able to review it all and get it to you guys, and it's in a manner that you want to see it, but I don't know if that's all written down or, maybe or specific enough in the regulations. So my opinion is yeah, they're trying to do what they need to do to comply with our regulations. I also understand the concerns of this commission, that we've got professionals that are doing the report and professionals that are reviewing it. And then when you see that there may be some discrepancies in what is being presented and whether that meets or past muster or whatever, I can understand that as well. I mean, from me and Jill's perspective, we see something, you see professional with a stamp on it. Okay, well, that's good. And you have another professional that looks at it and say, yep, non-adverse, looks good to us. That makes it more difficult for us to provide you anything because, again, I will agree to the point, we don't have expertise in geology. We do not. That's not our forte, My background is in public administration, in planning. So, yeah, I would like to, if we can make some changes to this process so that we can catch more of these things before it gets to you and make sure it's what you guys want to see. That's what I want to see. And I feel like the applicant is trying to do that as well. So I don't think they're trying to.
Mr. Kennedy,
other than, I will call the question, but I think our discussion, we're at an end of our discussion.
all right, let's we'll point out the discussion. I will vote no on the motion on the floor, which is to approve the thing as it's been presented to us. If the negatives prevail, I would entertain a motion to do as we did with the Howell application and approve it with the condition that these issues be resolved before the final plat. That would seem to be to satisfy our mutual desire not to grind up this applicant in our disputes with DEQ. And to Mr. Ralph's point of who decides, I think, well, the board decides. Subsidiary that is we decide. As Mr. Kennedy alluded to, he's had many years of hearing from various geologists, and he and his then colleagues made their decision. And that's the way it
Mr.
works.
Chairman, it's not only been here. I've got to enjoy this over at the state capitol for
Okay.
many years. So
But
this is not a new phenomenon to me.
But ultimately, as at the state capitol, as we saw on Tuesday at a national scale, there are certain authorities that are charged with making these decisions, that they proceed as they feel best. And that's the answer to Mr. Ralph's question ultimately. So if anybody has anything else to say on this motion? Absent that, we could proceed to a vote. Motion on the floor is to approve the preliminary plat for the Einspar preliminary plat application as presented by staff and without conditions. So we're clear on what we're voting on. Mr. Kennedy.
Aye.
Ms. Hanning.
No.
Mr. Platt. Aye. Mr. Stein.
No.
Muted.
I was muted. My apologies. No.
Hinckley, no. Motion fails. So you're unresolved. Is there an alternative motion that someone would like to propose?
Do you know how to word the condition that you have in mind? I know the chair isn't supposed to make the motion, but you might have. Can I take your fingers from last time?
Did we recover that from the ways back? Well, I can't right now, but
Mr. Chair,
Okay.
I suggest that in the interest of allowing Mr. Ralph to proceed, that he go back to his consultant, should take an hour, and have his consultant send us a letter saying, and perhaps this is already in the letter that we don't have, saying why a percolation test is equivalent to hydraulic conductivity. Period. And going forward, as a way to guide applicants, we should make it clear that in order to have DEQ certified with their model, which involves material moving through an aquifer, that we need a hydraulic conductivity number to go into that model. The second part of that is perhaps open to discussion, and I'm aware of, just so Mr. Kennedy knows, if there's two geologists, there's three opinions. But if Mr. Ralph's consultant can answer that question, or can go out there and do the test for a couple hours and come back with a number that shows us that DEQ's analysis is adequate, then I think it solves most of the problem. Very simply. And the reason I say this, just to give everybody a little flavor of this, is hydraulic conductivity can vary by 2 orders of magnitude. So it's not a 15-mile-an-hour speed limit, it's 150 or 1,500 miles. And that's all we're asking. We're asking as professionals. And if his consultant is not aware of it, then he's perhaps better off finding a different consultant that is. But I think I'm trying to supply you, Mr. Ralph, with some real basis to explain the issues that we're having. A perk test is not a hydraulic conductivity test. Hydraulic conductivity test is relatively simple. And it supplies that number and gives us the satisfaction of saying, we are executing and understanding that DEQ is executing their responsibilities in a professional manner. Thank you.
Could I possibly get those in writing then, like I did with the Garrett Howell subdivision? I'd really, speaking with my consultant about just such a scenario, should you know, this project come to this decision, it would really help if he had something, you know, in writing to address. Could we be provided with that?
That's perfectly reasonable. The same request that you made back in May, Mr. Ralph. I speak for myself. I think I'd be happy to comply. Basically, the suggestion we're now playing with, there's no motion on the floor, would be to proceed as we did with Howell back in May. Mr. Gerich.
And I found the motion, so if you'd like me to.
Okay.
Who wants to make it?
Okay, so what's this one? I'll just read it how it would be for this one. Approve the preliminary plat application for the Einspar subdivision SD 0222 based upon and incorporating the findings of fact and conclusions of law as stated in the staff report, with the condition that the commissioners' concerns regarding the adequacy of the evaluation of impacts to groundwater quality be addressed and those concerns be put in writing by the chair.
Mr. Chair, I so move.
Second.
Second? Second. Okay. Is there additional discussion?
You said it. Copy and paste.
Hearing none. Mr. Kennedy?
No.
Ms. Hammack?
Aye.
Mr. Platt? Aye. Mr. Thine?
Aye.
Hinckley? Aye. Motion carries. Thank you. And let's take this moment to take a short break before we proceed to do it again with the Howell subdivision.
Well, you never know. Do you?
Okay, we're all on deck. Stein, I see you're with us. Let's just quickly recap a little sidebar conversation we're having here to get it in the record, and it's I think all of us share the frustration that we're not getting the expert reviews that we would like out of DEQ, and the points that Mr. Ralph makes is that they would like to have as clear a targets to shoot as possible. But I would offer that regulations are inherently fuzzy at the edges. The cop decides if you are driving too fast for conditions in the cop's judgment, and it isn't quite as clean as 65.3 is more, 65 and 62 is less. Anyway, this is something that will need some work, and as we move forward with our new subdivision regulations, it may be that we will have to try to come up with a method to approach this. One final thought on that, in the aquifer regulations, which we're also redoing, as they currently stand, there's provision for the county hiring a peer reviewer. That would be another way. Now, how many geologists do you line up and best 4 out of 7 or 12 out of 26? I don't know. But yeah, it has to come to roost someplace, as Mr. Ralph fairly points out to us. Okay, next item on our agenda, Powell Acres final plat SD 0822. Staff report, please.
All right, the applicant was Coffee Engineering and Survey, Jared Ralph. Owner was Garrett Howell, or is Garrett Howell, located in Evans Acres Lot 3. The request is to approval of final plat application and a subdivision permit. Zoning is rural residential use. There is currently 1 residence on the property, and lots will be accessed from Strom Road, Evans Lane, and Pope Springs Road. There were some reviews. Chelsea Matthews, county assessor, had no concerns. County engineer Jake Schneider had some comments regarding the engineering report and preliminary plat, but everything else was taken care of. Albany County Fire, Luke Hawkins, chairman, had no concerns, but recommends the Hall Water Program. Laramie Rivers Conservation District, Martin Curry, believes that this is a suitable use for this parcel. He noted that erosion should not be an issue with respect to water runoff on slopes, but wind erosion and weed encroachment on disturbed land may be an issue. Care should be taken to minimize land disturbance. They also encourage rural small acre landowners to test their well every 3 to 5 years, and his full comments can be seen in the review section. YDOT, Dalen McCourt, District 1 Traffic Engineer, had no comments, and City of Laramie, Todd Fieser, recommends approval of the subdivision, but made some comments. Full comments can be seen in the review section. Summary of subdivision permit requirements. Water, lots will be provided domestic water from individual wells. Sewer, lots will be provided sewage systems by individual systems that will need to be applied for through the Albany County Planning Office. Wyoming DEQ review. This information can be found in the May 11th Planning and Zoning Commission packet. Storm drainage was complete for this proposal and reviewed by Jake Schneider, county engineer. Rocky Mountain Power provides power to the area. Postal service is existing. No new roads are proposed. Road maintenance, this property is within the Pope Springs Community Special Road Improvement District. The new property owners will need to pay into the district. No financial assurance is required. Fire protection will be provided by Albany County. The applicant has paid into the Hall Water Program, and notice has been provided in accordance with the Albany County Plating and Subdivision Regulations, Chapter 4, Section 9. Findings of fact, the findings necessary for approval, applicant responses, and staff analysis of inclusion of required information as referenced in this report are affirmatively adopted as findings that the applicant has provided the board with adequate information that the requested and required findings, documentation, notice, and notations have been satisfied by the applicant and the same are incorporated herein. Conclusion of law, the applicant is proceeding in accordance with and is in compliance with the requirements of the Albany County Plating and Subdivision Regulations. Staff analysis, the findings of the final plat complies with the Albany County Plating and Subdivision Regulations. This subdivision is being proposed in an area that's been previously developed into a residential community. Lots will be accessed from Strom Road, Evetts Lane, and Pope Springs Road. The 5 lots would be similar in size to surrounding lots. Staff recommendation is to approve the Howell Acres subdivision final plat application ST 0822 and a subdivision permit adopting and incorporating the staff analysis, findings of fact, and conclusions of law as each are stated in the staff report.
Okay. Questions for staff? Yeah.
None, thank you.
Tammy?
Pass right now.
Fair enough. Mr. Platt? I have none. Mr. Stein? Need to unmute?
I have none at this time.
Okay, I had a couple of questions. And thanks for providing the draft response to the city. So the process question, are we approving that response? Tell me about the status of that, our interchange with the city. We're required to ask them their opinion.
And it's under advisement, essentially.
Yeah, but then what? And then a draft letter has been provided. I assume that was in response to some of our concerns from past meetings where we look at how the county was proposing to respond. Is that the spirit in which this was offered? Mr. Hirsch, Mr. Wall? Why is this in our packet?
You asked it. You asked for it.
Okay.
To see it.
All right, Mr. Ayers.
Yeah, if I remember the conversation correctly, this commission is not statutorily required to provide a response. You had indicated that you would like to, which of course is allowed. So I believe that this would be kind of the draft proposal to do with what you will. I'd recommend it be a separate, sort of a separate motion than I guess whatever decisions made on the application itself. But I find it kind of, it's still part and parcel.
Mr. Chairman, what could you, I looked at it, but I would like the page number so I could sort it out of the remaining 325 pages.
It's on page 128 of item 5. I'm looking at the disarticulated set of PDFs, but 128 out of 133. Fair question. We can pass that to them.
Yeah.
And I could,
Good enough for us.
speaking for myself, I guess I just felt like our charge from the board is to give them advice and vet applications as well as responses. So I guess I feel like it's appropriate that we review this. I appreciate Mr. Ayers' suggestion that it is a separate thing from the applications. That's why I'd asked about what would be the process. In that the spirit, and it goes back to this larger discussion we're having, a comment from city was that they'd like to see something about the nitrate loading I'm looking at item 3 of the response letter, which is item 3 from Mr. Feaser's letter. The suggested county response is the engineering design report is not required to discuss nitrate loading. But am I not correct in saying that we do require a report that addresses wastewater disposal and impacts? So I don't know that your response is exactly right. There's nothing in our requirements that say you have to address nitrate loading, but don't we ask them to tell us about their impacts?
Well, Mr. Chair, isn't where this is 5 lot, is that right?
Yeah.
Subdivision, I mean, it did go through DEQ, correct? That's what we're having the discussion
Yes.
about, which includes the Wyoming model, which is basically a loading model, right? Or for nitrates.
Yes.
So,
Yes.
so yeah, I would think that, yeah, we probably were inaccurate a few years.
And then I guess the implication of this would be, as Mr. Ralph would like us to say, DEQ, and we're out of here. And we have demonstrated our unwillingness to apply that solution. So I guess I'm lobbying here for some rewording of that response.
Absolutely, yeah, we can do that.
So that would just was my comment on your larger packet, if not the specific staff report.
And I would comment that it's worth looking at the bottom of the page. This is the response of the commissioners, not the commission.
Yeah. But so the suggestions we are making is to the board as to how we recommend they respond. Our role is purely advisory. We are not responding as P&Z. That's your point?
Yes.
Okay, fair.
So, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
Are you looking at the response then, the county response
Yes.
under number 3? Because we do say the engineering design report is not required to discuss nitrate loading, but it does say that in the chapter 23 report, we do require the nitrate loading. Yes.
The engineering design report.
The
Okay.
engineering design report is separate from the chapter 23 report. So is this,
Well, is
I
it?
mean, I'm reading this, I don't have an issue with it, I
Okay,
guess.
but I'm stumbling around here trying to find my way in the plating and subdivision regulations. Information concerning the adequacy of the water supply, where am I? This is what we require for be submitted to support a plat. Scanning to see if I can give you the D subsection 7. Section 5 of the subdivision plat regulations have a long list of things that should be supplied on the plat. Well, okay, page Roman numeral 4-2.
Minimum requirements for permits.
These are what we want to see. And in that long list, we have references about the wells and what they're going to do with their wastewater system. All right. There's material at E. Much of this is, as we've discussed before, is duplicative of the DEQ chapter 23. The distinction I'm making is that we are not simply saying, do the chapter 23 and see what DEQ says and we're out of here. That's the way I read this. Mr. Ayers, you have a comment on that? Talk myself into this frame of mind, but that we have independent requirements of our applicants.
essentially, at one point, this was mirroring statutory language. It's based off of that off of those statutory requirements in 185306 that DEQ then promulgated chapter 23. So in a sense, they are duplicative, but ultimately the approval authority of a subdivision permit is with the county, not DEQ.
Okay.
There's provision for, I suppose, sole review authority, which is for the safety and adequacy of systems. And that is not to say that we have sole review authority. As it stands, that review also has to go through DEQ, but it would be, I suppose, it would be a nonsensical result to then say that the county has to be essentially blind to portions of the application. So something we could be looked at. There's nothing in here currently that requires nitrate loading analysis. That's through chapter 23's requirements.
No, I guess the one point I would make is a more general one, so Mr. Gersh is correct. Strictly speaking, when Mr. Fieser asked for nitrate loading, it would be correct to say, look at chapter 23.
Yes.
But to be more responsive to the spirit rather than the letter of his comment would be that we do have authority to look at impacts to groundwater quality adequacy of the waste sources under our own regulations.
Yes, and our authority as the permitting
agency. Okay, so that, I guess, as far as this letter, I just wouldn't want it to be by implication that we have ceded any authority to talk about nitrate loading. I mean, we could, on our own, say, as we just did, we want to see what we consider to be a credible nitrate loading analysis. We may not have opted to do that in this particular case, but I wouldn't want our response to imply that we couldn't. Maybe it's a fine point.
Yeah, well, I think what Mr. Gersh was more getting at is that, yeah, the design report, the engineering design report doesn't include the studies on the safety and adequacy of sewer systems. Is that correct, Mr. Gersh?
Right. I mean, they when we get an application, they have their design report, which addresses kind of this set of criteria, roads, those types of things. And then they also then, as a separate item, they provide us the chapter 23 report with that information. I mean, we can rewrite this response, I think, to get to what you're getting at, Mr. Chair. I mean, maybe it's just that we just note that while the engineering design report provided with this application did not discuss nitrate loading, we did receive a report that was provided by the applicant and also went to DEQ that did cover this and maybe give us more information on what was found in that nitrate loading report. Would that be
that's
what you're
kind of
trying to
where
get at?
this, again, to capture the spirit of Mr. Fieser's comment, rather than holding to his particular choice of words. I don't know that he distinguishes the design report from the larger body of analysis upon which we base our decisions.
Yeah, I think that the engineering design report under our current regulations would speak more to chapter Roman numeral 6 of the subdivision regulations, which has to do with design standards. So that's where part of the disconnect came from. But
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
That's an editorial comment more than that. All right, so back.
Mr. Chair, may I ask a question relevant to this process and try to help Mr. Ralph's situation? And I direct this to Mr. Aaron. When you make recommendations we make recommendations at the Planning and Zoning Commission. Is Mr. Ralph able to go directly to the commissioners and make the final decision? Do they make the final decision? In other words, can he appeal to them? Does he have an avenue to move past planning and zoning?
Okay, I'm not sure we're catching all that. If I understood the question correctly, it's, can the decisions from this commission be appealed to the board? And I think the answer is absolutely. We are.
We're not a decision-making body. We make recommendations to the commissioners.
But at this stage, we basically are standing in for the board and telling them what we think they should do. Yeah, but absolutely, Mr. Ralph or any other applicant can say those guys at PNC are crazy. Is that not correct?
Well, yeah, but how that would look is just going on to the board.
And they would be right.
This body does not make final appealable decisions within the scope of any administrative appeal laws. And so,
Aren't you lucky?
All right, my use of the word appeal was inapt.
Okay, yeah.
One would not appeal our decisions, one would simply offer counter recommendations.
Thank you.
Okay, we're still looking at the staff report. My other question was going to be what became of our earlier discussion of Howell, which we've kicked around quite substantially. I think we now understand that answer to that. So I don't think I have any further questions for staff. Other commissioners, questions for Mr. Ayers, Mr. Gertz? Okay. Mr. Ralph, here's your chance to tell us how we ought to behave.
Well, I just want to offer a small mea culpa. I'm not against you or your expertise or anything. I understand where you're coming from, and you present, all these, I understand how you're doing your jobs here. I'd like to thank you and Mr. Tyne and everyone for their time and their expertise on this. And I'd also like to speak to with regards to, okay, this is the project that you issued comments on 6 months ago, and now we replied at 3:40 today. And to speak on that, it was an issue of staff turnover at another company. I've also had massive staff turnover at this company. So if we want to pin it on something, it's I fumbled the ball while picking up the work for multiple other people. I will take that blame fully. If you feel that you need more time to absorb this reply to your concerns, if you feel that it will help your recommendation to the county commissioners, if you feel that maybe I need to bring my sub-consultant to the next meeting, they have expressed interest in doing that, I'm open to that. Whatever process, this is how, you're right. I need to understand who I'm presenting to and present the proper things to you. So if we need another month to kick this down the road and properly address this, I'm open to that.
Thank you. So mechanically, how would we do that? But I would suggest to you that Mr. Himes, given a little more time, could come up with a much more reflective response than the one that I just glanced as it went by. We don't want to have a special meeting. I mean, how can
it work, right? I mean, and our next meeting is compressed, right? Because this one was delayed, so
it's true.
It's coming up soon.
What we're trying to recreate, though, is the situation that we use Jake as our model for, is sitting down. It should be staff rather than us doing this, but we don't have the staff, so I'm struggling for what's a way to crack this nut. Do we deputize a subcommittee of this board to have this session. I just don't know where this can go, but to do it in Congress assembled is a bit pledgy, Mr. Kennedy.
Go ahead, Mr. Ayers.
I would have to defer to you.
Well, are we in our portion of the meeting where we ask questions of the applicant, or do you want to, I'd rather resolve this first,
Oh, well, this was
or kind of resolve
precipitated
this.
by a comment from the applicant, so we're in the general discussion short of public comment. So I think, yeah, we can circle back around, but all right, let's, who would like to respond to? Mr. Ralph has, I think, generously offered that it would make sense to put this a decision on hold. And I don't know if he withdraws his application or something. We still have timelines. We could table it, however that works procedurally. But structurally, I guess is the first question. How do we coherently have this give and take with our applicants when we find their applications inadequate?
So, Mr. Chair, what I would suggest with this one, where it's in process, why don't we just schedule a meeting between the applicant, staff, yourself, and the applicant's geologist and obviously Mr. Ralph, between now and the next meeting, and just go through our concerns. Go through the check boxes of the things that we're not seeing, that we would like to see. And maybe at that point, we can get this resolved through that. And then in the future, we'll get the reports the way we want it. In the future, I guess, if we get another application, and I don't know, you're getting into an area where it's like there should be a separation, I believe, from staff and this commission, as well as this commission from the board, so that we're all kind of doing our jobs, but at the same time, staff wants to know what you guys need to want to know, and where we don't have the expertise to look at some of these things. The only possible solution I can see, or one potential solution, maybe not the only, but a potential solution would be to do what you said and hire a geologist to help us with the review at the staff level, and then we bring it on to you after that's done.
You're right, and it's a quirk of the composition of this board that you have folks like Ms. Hanning, Stein, and myself acting as staff, like Judge Snyder. That is in no way a solution, because it's structurally unsound. It just depends on who shows up to be appointed. So that doesn't work, except in the short run. But I'm sympathetic to your suggestion in the short run. I think if we could get the consultants that are providing these materials to us and ourselves on the same wavelength, we won't have these issues anymore, and then I don't have to worry about it.
Right. Mr. Chairman, how many different sets of consultants are we regularly dealing with? A couple?
Well, the last two have been
Excellent question. Excellent question.
Sorry, Mr. Stein, go ahead.
Mr. Platt's hit the nail right on the head. And I am very sympathetic to Mr. Ralph's position, because it sucks. Pardon my French. If we only have a few qualified consultants that would normally handle these problems, then may I suggest that we are in this uncomfortable position where DEQ has abdicated or just thrown up the towel, or whatever you want to say in a bureaucratic method. It does not facilitate moving forward. Mr. Ralph's comments are exactly correct. We need criteria. It is not our job, the three of us who have technical expertise, to serve as staff, but we are in a cleft fork. And I would suggest that a conversation, and thank you, Mr. Ralph, for offering me, a conversation with his sub-consultant, his expert, Mr. Hines, in this case. God, I hate to say this. I would be willing to have yet another extra meeting with Mr. Himes and any other consultants, which I think Mr. Platt's comment is correct, or to answer his question, I don't think there's a whole lot of people doing this in town. And I think an hour or two conversation that might involve our problems or hesitation to just approve things and letting them know specifically what we need would probably facilitate moving past this problem. Because we kind of run into this for the last 6 months. And I come back to my original comment. Are we going to play musical chairs? Does Mr. Ralph have to keep bringing us Find a Rock? Okay. Or more importantly, the musical chairs, does the next subdivision inputs finally exceed nitrate loading, the 10 mils, and they don't get in? And I know that CAP and is trying to address this problem, but I'm thinking, that a conversation might go a long way. It might not, but it seems like we should try. That's my 2 cents.
Well, we're just brainstorming. What would such a special meeting look like if we invited DEQ's technical folks to it?
Could be useful. And I think if they understood more about the range of parameters that we wish that they would narrow it down to, I have to assume they would want to be accommodating of that. If they knew, that these are the guardrails we'd like to see. Maybe I'm optimistic.
I think you are optimistic, Mark, but nonetheless, the administrator at DEQ has punted, in my professional opinion. Now, perhaps someday they'll come back and have a substantive conversation, a more technically based conversation. But until then, Albany County kind of seems, in my view, my very limited view, to be carving a new pathway. And I found it very, very interesting that the technical staff at DEQ shared our concerns, and the administrator stepped on that. And I think Mr. Kennedy would say that's not unusual in Wyoming state sorts of things. How do we, as Albany County, try and move past this? How do we give Mr. Gersh and people like Mr. Ralph guidelines that are easy to meet and still serve the citizens of Albany County? That's my goal, is to do that. And I can't believe I'm volunteering to have this conversation, but I think we have to meet Mr. Ralph in the middle. I think if he brings Mr. Himes into a meeting, hey, we can go to altitude if people are worried. I guess I can't say that professionally, but as a commissioner, but this is how geologists work. We all sit down at a table, we talk about it, and generally, Ms. Hanning is correct. We generally come to a consensual opinion that we can all. And I think that's the goal here. Now, I would defer to Mr. Kennedy and Mr. Ayers and Mr. Gersh to understand how we actually can achieve that goal within the framework of a meaningful decision for the county.
To Commissioner Platt's point, I think the answer is 2. Certainly, that's all we've seen for some time. We have John Wetstein at DA, formerly Wester Wetstein, and we have Mr. Jordan at Weston, now being replaced by Mr. Himes. That's about the population. Is that
those are the two that I can think of, yeah.
When you think of the consultant that's been hired by the county and city to look at this, I mean, they put in their own different Werman numbers yet again. I mean, so I don't, they cost money, but they obviously spent a lot of time thinking about what models they were gonna put in to do the build out loading calculations. I mean, and those numbers were different yet from what you find in these chapter 23 applications. So yeah, they're the only other entity that I think has thought hard about what to put in to the model for our county.
Okay, Mr. Ayers, you look like you're poised to share some wisdom.
As it stands right now, we have no authority to require any third-party review.
You require, right?
Kennedy,
There's no-
Mr. Kennedy, I would love to hear your point of view on it.
Yeah.
Well, maybe I'm an optimist, but I think that we could share our concerns in a work session with these consultants and come to a long way towards getting reports that we think are responsive or give us the material we need to make coherent decisions.
As a layperson, that to me sounds like a great idea. If there's two consultants, I've got some experts here, y'all should sit down together and work it out.
Yeah, and taking advantage of the fact that we do have a lot of expertise on the commission for a short period of time here, I guess.
I mean, clearly they want to know what we want to know.
Yeah.
So we ought to tell them. And I can't tell them, but y'all could.
And that would look like a special meeting, a work session or something. Mr. Gertz, that's kind of where you were headed. Just the idea of another meeting with all the other stuff we're doing causes me to.
Depends when you want to do it.
I mean, a bunch of lies.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, what I would say is like, if you want it to be a work session, if everybody wants to be in the room, we could do it that way, or we could have a representative or two from this board meet in a smaller room, not in a work session and just,
As long as
talk.
we're not a quorum.
Yeah, as long as you don't have a quorum, then and talk through things, but it depends on what you want to get out of it. I mean, if everybody wants to be a part of that, then let's do a work session. But if it's just, somebody's trying to bring a message to these folks and trying to work through that and see if you can see eye to eye and kind of, this is what we want and this is what you want, let's see if we can work together, then I don't know if we need to necessarily have a public meeting to do that, like a work session.
I think it does need to be a work session because I do think it needs to be accessible to the public.
Okay.
That just, if for no other reason, for appearance's sake, it should happen that way. And perception is reality. So you better be out in the open.
There is also, I don't have the statute right in front of me, but in the Public Meetings Act, there's broad language that agencies are not to take alternative action or skirt the underlying terms of the act. So I would agree with Mr.
No,
Kennedy.
And that would be my point. It's not that it has nothing to do with how anybody here might feel. It is entirely about how it is perceived with the public, both the county and as we've seen with some other counties need to be aware of how it ends up being perceived of in Cheyenne. And so when counties start to skirt around the edges of things, people that are going to be in Cheyenne in January take note. And if you think you've had problems so far, then
No, that's valid. There is an efficiency. The county commission and city council, for example, created these 3 steering committees to move things forward in terms of cooperation and the update of the cap, and they kept it at a sub-quorum level deliberately, not to hide the ball, but just to allow them to respond more nimbly. So there are kind of 2 sides to that discussion. I'm certainly not at all unsympathetic to let's do the public's business public. That's the guiding principle. We do, however, have some timelines. I'll look to Mr. Ayers, right? I mean, this for the Howell subdivision needs to be resolved in the next
45 days.
45 days.
So let's see if we can resolve. I think that's the most important thing to move forward. I think it affects Mr. Ralph and his business. I think it affects other people's businesses. I share Commissioner Hanning's optimism that a bunch of technical professionals can get together and resolve this in a manner that gives him the guidelines to move forward in an expeditious fashion. And if we are breaking new ground, Cheyenne will take notice. And it is Commissioner Flanagan, thank you for your thoughts. That may be the outcome, or they may ignore us. It doesn't really matter. The thing is to resolve this question so people in Albany County can move forward with development in an orderly fashion. And I think this is beyond regulation. I think that putting this in regulation is specifics, like the difference between a perk test and a hydraulic conductivity test is potentially what you want to do. But for now, it seems as Mr. Hinckley has said, there's only 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 geologists besides the 3 crazy people on this commission that have to sit down in the room. And I have optimism that we can just resolve a couple key questions. There's only a couple key questions. And get input and fashion a useful pathway.
Okay, let's to get somewhat back on track. Let's invite our applicant. And I have a specific question to start that with. Mr. Ralph, would you be willing to make your consultant available to this contemplated meeting if it were to come together?
Yes, they have offered themselves up to discuss this in future meetings. So if we have something scheduled, I can reach out and definitely try to get them on board.
Okay, thank you. Do you have anything else you'd like to add at this point to the discussion? Floor is yours.
No, I'm pretty happy with this resolution. I think if we can get something in public on the record as to what they're looking for, then we can have our consultants make sure that they meet your standards going forward. And, we don't have to, consider a consultant a dud or someone that, doesn't get it if we just lay it all out in public.
Thank you. We do have a specific application in front of us. Let's take public comment on that application.
I believe we had questions for the applicant, if we so desired.
Oh, I thought we had resolved that. No, if you have them, please.
I do actually.
Please.
And I think because it's not available to the public other than later on the record, I'd ask Mr. Ralph to read that letter from Western Engineering, because I'd like that on the recorded portion of the meeting. If you would, please, sir.
Absolutely. We ready?
Yes.
Okay. Regarding reply to comments regarding the Howell Acres subdivision application to DEQ-WQD. Dear Mr. Gertsch, this letter is a response to an undated letter submitted to you by Bern Hinckley, Albany County Planning and Zoning Commission Chair. Mr. Hinckley's comments are addressed in the order submitted. Comment 1. evidence of hydraulic confinement. The statement of completion for the Wilhelm number 1 well, parentheses UW 170154, close parentheses, contained in the DEQ WQD application indicates that the depth to first groundwater occurred at 60 feet and that the static water level of the completed well was measured at 1 foot below ground level. This well was completed in the Chugwater Formation and in the Farrell Limestone. The precise depth at which confinement occurs is not known, but the confining pressure at the time of well completion was approximately 25 pounds per square inch. Based on this information, conditions of hydraulic confinement occur at this site. Comment number 2, hydraulic properties of the aquifer beneath the site. Weston appropriately applied the Wareham nitrate model for this subdivision application. As directed by DEQ WQD, the empirical inputs taken from percolation testing are used to characterize the media receiving septic effluent. The hydraulic properties of the aquifer are irrelevant for the following reasons. 1, according to the statement of completion referenced above, 50 feet of shale underlie quaternary sediments. This low permeability shale inhibits the downward movement of water. 2, wastewater from the leach field will move vertically under the influence of gravity until saturated conditions are encountered. 3, it is geologically unlikely that wastewater will penetrate 50 feet of shale, generally considered an aquitard, and reach saturated material. Therefore, wastewater will not move laterally. The hydraulic properties of an aquifer are irrelevant at this location due to the confined nature of the aquifer and the presence of 50 feet of shale above the aquifer. Comment 3, 2-year time of travel. The geologic conditions discussed above show that the 2-year travel time is maximized. Since it is geologically unlikely that wastewater will encounter saturated conditions, lateral movement cannot occur under a groundwater gradient regardless of porosity. Furthermore, a septic system study by Wenck Associates, parentheses 2019, close parentheses, examined the material within and directly beneath a leach field installed in Quaternary alluvium for a property in Sherman Hill Estates. Saturated soil conditions were not encountered even where the drill inadvertently penetrated the leach field infiltrators. Laboratory reports reflected that very low sample volumes were collected from lysimeters even after being held under vacuum for 24 hours. Cumulative impacts to groundwater for surrounding area. As noted in the December 6, 2021 letter from Jennifer Zygmunt, DEQ WQD administrator to Pete Gosar, Albany County Commission Chair, quote, Wyoming water quality rules, parentheses WQR, close parentheses, does not require consideration of cumulative impacts to groundwater from adjacent developments, close quote. Nonetheless, given that it is unlikely that a wastewater will encounter saturated conditions so that wastewater will not move laterally, groundwater in adjacent areas will not be impacted. The non-adverse recommendations from DEQ WQD indicates that the application meets the state requirements for a subdivision. Weston dutifully followed the DEQ WQD guideline to achieve this recommendation. Respectfully submitted, Levi Heim, PG, and he stamped it. The seal appearing on this document was authorized by Levi J. Heim, PG, 3577 on November 16th, 2022.
Thank you.
Further questions for the applicant?
I would just like to make comments, Chairman.
Please.
I would just like to, for the record, say we are not sitting here as an adversarial body.
I'm sorry, what was that?
We're not sitting here as an adversarial body.
Oh, no, absolutely not. I absolutely want to make, My concern is, what I want to do professionally is make sure that I follow the guidelines. I take a lot of pride in that. And so, when I'm kind of off track, I can get emotional, and I don't see you as an adversarial body, and I would like to make sure we solve this.
Thank you. Other questions, Jeff? Okay, hearing none. Is this the one you're here for? Okay, we are open to public comment on the Howell Acres final plat application. I see none in the room or on the Zoom. Going once, going twice. All right, we will close the public comment period. And we're on to or back to commission discussion now. To perhaps ripen that thought of earlier, we need to make a decision on the application within 45 days of now, or of when the DQ letter was received. Give us
We
the
received the
timelines here.
DQ letter, right, Matt?
What's that?
When did we receive it? Was it just recently? 45 days from receiving the DQ letter? Is that right?
That's a statutory language, yeah.
Is it in the packet?
Although this is now, no.
So we're confident where we are time-wise.
Yeah, I thought. Our recommendation was submitted March 24th.
Let's see, 45 days from now. So where are we?
We'll go 45 days from this meeting.
What's appropriate, Mr. Ayers? What do you feel we're constrained by in terms of timeline? And if we have the acquiescence of the applicant, does that matter?
It does,
Yeah.
if we have the acquiescence.
We need that in some formal way to proceed.
Question and answer.
Okay, this meeting serves that purpose. Thank you. Okay, I think we've kicked this one around. Were there other issues about the Howell Acres final plat that we have overlooked in our zeal for the DEQ piece? I didn't have anything. Mr. Kennedy?
Neither did I. I don't believe.
Okay, Mr. Stein?
No, I have no other issue.
Okay, so we've made some progress there in isolating the issue. What would someone like to codify that suggestion? Let me, I guess, one more question for you, Mr. Ralph. Understandably, your applicant would like to move forward expeditiously. Since we're proceeding by mutual agreement rather than statutory requirements, what are your thoughts on when such a meeting could take place? Am I right to assume you'd like to see it before our next formal meeting in December, or did we have some more slack, or here we are going into the holidays? What are your thoughts?
I mean, Thanksgiving is next week. When is your December meeting?
December 14th.
14th?
14th. So could we have it, looks that first week in December? The 5th through the 9th, just so we can cover it and then go straight into the official meeting.
Yeah, we would want to have time after that meeting to allow your consultant to respond.
Well, he would, I'm sorry, I thought he would be in the meeting on that week of the 5th. Wouldn't, huh. Well, I mean, I would say the holidays do make this an obstacle. I'm not going to be available the week
More
between
time
Christmas
so
and
that
New
we
Year's. When is your best availability? I guess it sounds like after Christmas. Oh, you're froze.
Yeah, is it just you and me?
I think it's just us.
In that case, I'd say let's do it the week of the 5th. Absolutely.
Yeah, we could do it the week of the
forward.
5th, and then they have until the 14th to provide a response. I'm guessing. See, my thought process is that it sounds like we would come to a reasonable conclusion during the meeting, and then the submittal would just be a formality of having it in writing. Is that a correct assumption?
I can't speak for my colleagues, but that would
Yeah.
be my hope. Absolutely.
Okay, so
Just
I mean,
move forward expeditiously and provide a resolution and provide resolution moving forward. Oh, they're
All
moving
right.
again, so maybe they can hear us, or maybe we blanked out and we're in the strange zone. I mean, occasionally they move.
yeah, I see them in the little thumbnail here.
They're moving again. They're moving again, sort of slowly. We experience these outages.
Wonders of technology. Oop,
Oh,
here you
they're
are.
back.
What are we doing here? We're blocking our website.
Yep, I can't change it. I don't know what's going on.
You're
I
back.
guess, my vision of that meeting was that we would sit down with these consultants and discuss what we would like to see come forward. Rather like Commissioner Hanning was remarking on the Stantec board with CAP. And then they will need to go do that research and round up those numbers and so forth. So we need to give them some time to do that. Yeah, I could go either way, earlier on that 29th meeting or early that next week. Mr. Thine, you suggested that trying to do something more on the 29th did not work for you.
No, Mr. Chair, I suggested the first week of December, the week of the 5th, the first full week. I think Mr. Ralph and I are in agreement on that potential. Obviously, this is very difficult because of the holidays and everything. And so I think that first meeting could occur. I am with Commissioner Hanning's optimism that we will resolve the basic problem rather rapidly in that one meeting, and that gives the consultant, but potentially time to respond. If they can't respond by our next meeting, we still have a buffer. But I think as soon as we address this problem as technical professionals, quicker everybody can move forward. So my wife will kill me, but fortunately she's a hydrologist. So she already had some comments.
That was just the reason I asked the question about the 29th was, one, if that was possible for the consultants merely to allow a little bit more time for them to respond, for us to deal with this on the 14th. And if they believe that they can respond with a meeting the week of the 5th and we can deal with it on the 14th, why, I'm fine with that. But that was just a suggestion, partly out of my own convenience, but also for their ability to respond and us deal with it at our next meeting, regular meeting.
Mr. Platt?
I'm happy to go along with one of the group, portion of the group.
I'm flexible.
Okay.
I'm open with the week of the 29th just to give, a consultant that isn't here to kind of speak to their schedule more time. I like more of a cushion like that.
Well, okay, I guess I'm hoping, and we'll get to that on our agenda, that we can make good use of that meeting on the 29th for its intended purpose, but if everyone feels that they can adequately address that meeting as well as another ones.
Oh, Lord, what is our CAP meeting? Isn't the CAP meeting the 29th?
Yes, that's on the 29th. That's the big hoorah with our colleagues at EAC, at the city. And we're trying to do much with that meeting, but it won't start until 6.
And that goes back to the question that I initially asked was in both Mr. Ralph's opinion and yours, how much time do we need to allocate for this?
2 hours.
So let's
Agreed.
do clock and have time to take a break and then enjoy the festivities later on.
Oh, I will be gone December 1st through the 12th.
Okay.
So the
29th
29th.
is looking better.
Okay, all right, so let's codify this in a motion. Anybody like to, rather just in their arms, say it?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we agree to meet with the consultants on 29th at approximately 3 o'clock or whatever time the chairman otherwise suggests. To hopefully finalize everyone's concerns. We want to get the consultants on board.
Okay. Is a second
Second?
discussion? Mr. Kennedy, you're looking.
I think for the sake of the public notice, we just need to set a time definite.
I said 3, but
But, or as the chair determines, so I think it just needs to be.
Accept
3
that as a
o'clock.
friendly amendment
I absolutely.
at the second.
Yes.
Okay, we have a coherent motion, I think, to have a meeting at 3 o'clock on the 29th with, I guess, inherently is subject to availability of folks that we're planning for that aren't here. And that would be noticed as a public meeting. And we would invite other consultants. That's kind of the sense of where this was. So are those, Mr. Gertz, is that something that you can take care of?
We can make that invitation, yeah.
Okay.
I can't guarantee they'll be here, but I can make the invitation.
Right, no, absolutely, can't obligate anyone beyond ourselves. I think my professional colleagues would have some interest in this, if they're available at all. At a minimum, it would be us and the gentleman requested. All right, further discussion of that motion. Mr. Kennedy. How about you?
Aye.
Tanning?
Aye.
Platt? Aye. Stein?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Done. And thank you, Mr. Ralph. Please convey that to your consultant and we'll see if we can get these resolved. And I would, I'd invite DEQ. I don't know if they'll take us up on it.
Yes.
Oh, all right.
Yes.
We have to get back to that. Okay, so let's play with this motion to promote. Is it acceptable to my colleagues that we invite DEQ? Yes. Yes. Okay, I would assume so.
Yes.
Okay. Good point. So now we are going to table the suggestion that before us is to table the Howell Acres final plat decision until the December regular meeting.
I think the motion would be to definitely postpone until the December 4th.
Is that a motion?
Yes.
We'll accept it. Is there a second? I second. Discussion of that motion. Mr. Kennedy.
Aye.
Hannity. Henning. Oh, Hannity, gosh. Before you. Sorry.
Too much time on Fox News or what?
Fortunately,
Could there be two less similar people?
Mr. Platt. Aye. Mr. Platt.
Aye.
Hinckley, aye. Thank you. Now, have we disposed of.
I think so.
All right, moving right along.
Oh, I'm sorry, one quick question. Where will this meeting be held, in this meeting room, or to be determined? Or?
That is the hope.
We're not telling you.
I have to reach out to the clerk's office to make sure we can,
Pre-agenda is scheduled for 3.
is it scheduled for 3? Okay.
So you'll be able to get down virtually.
So, yeah, maybe we just have a virtual meeting. or find
Could
another
we
place.
meet at your office?
We could meet at my office as well.
I would prefer that.
Yeah, let's do that.
Face to face.
I'll have a Zoom link as well, but,
Do you
just
have to
because
go
that,
to pre-agenda?
Excellent suggestion.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean,
Are there, we got that resolved? All clear, Mr. Rich?
clear as well.
Okay. That's the professional challenge, but bring clarity to that. Alan works well with river trips. Okay, the next item on our agenda, Taylor Field subdivision preliminary and final plat application SB 1022. Staff presentation, please.
All right, the applicant and owner is Stephen Taylor, located at 114 Hornsby Road. The request is to approve a preliminary and final plat and subdivision permit. Current zoning is rural residential, current use is residential. Access, one lot will be accessed from Hornsby Road and the other will be accessed from Moulton Road / Peregrine Lane. There were some reviews. The assessor's office, Karen Bowman, senior GIS analyst, had no concerns. Chelsea Matthews, county assessor, had no concerns. Jake Schneider, county engineer, had some concerns about the preliminary and final plats, but they were taken care of. Road and Bridge, Rob Fisher, said that an approach license will not be required. Laramie Rivers Conservation District, Martin Curry, discussed the vegetation, erosion, and wells. Full comments can be seen in the review section. And YDOT Taylor McCourt had no comments. Summary of subdivision permit requirements. Water, both lots have existing water services provided by 9 Mile Water District. Sewer, both lots have septic systems installed. Storm drainage report was completed for this proposal and reviewed by Jake Schneider, county engineer. Both parcels have electricity and natural gas. Postal service is already existing to both lots. No roads are proposed. Financial assurance is not needed. Fire protection will be by Albany County. Notice has been provided in accordance with the Albany County Plating and Subdivision Regulations, Chapter 4, Section 9. Findings of fact, the findings necessary for approval, applicant responses, and staff analysis of inclusion of required information as referenced in this report are affirmatively adopted as findings that the applicant has provided the board with adequate information that the requested and required findings, documentation, notice, and notations have been satisfied by the applicant and the same are incorporated herein. Conclusions of law. The applicant is proceeding in accordance with and is in compliance with the requirements of the Albany County Plating and Subdivision Regulations. Staff analysis, the subdivision is being proposed in an already developed area. One lot will be accessed from Hornsby Road. One lot will be accessed from Moulton Road / Peregrine Lane. The addition of one lot in this area should not create any substantial impacts to the area. Preliminary and final plat complies with the standards of the Albany County Plating and Subdivision Regulations. Staff recommendation is to approve the Taylor Field subdivision preliminary and final plat application SD 1022 and a subdivision permit adopting and incorporating the staff analysis, findings of fact, and conclusions of law as each are stated in the staff.
Thank you. Questions for staff? Mr. Kennedy?
None, thank you.
Sandy? Fine. Fine.
I didn't notice any public comment in written form. Is that correct?
There was none.
Thank you. That's my question.
I just had a short comment on the staff report. It would be helpful for me if you kind of gave us a little history, just to remind us, this is one that we approved the zoning change for not long ago, correct?
Correct.
I'm just thinking, as I'm trying to organize my notes, then I can go back and see if there was anything I want to carry forward. So just as a request, just a little quick kind of permitting history or something would be helpful to guide us to our previous discussions.
Sure.
I don't recall there was any terrible controversy here. And that's the only thought I had. Other comments? Is the applicant here? This patient applicant, Gold Star, would you like to address us?
I don't have anything currently.
Okay, would anyone have a question for the applicant? I thought it was a well-crafted application, don't anticipate any issues. Mr. Stein?
None.
Okay. Again, thank you for your patience. We'll open this to public comment. Seeing none in the room or online. Once, go twice. We will close the public comments and move on to discussion and disposition. Is there further discussion from the commissioners?
Mr. Chair, I recommend to the Board of County Commissioners approval of the Taylorfield subdivision preliminary and final plat application SD-10-22 and a subdivision permit adopting and incorporating the staff analysis, findings of fact, and conclusions of law as each are stated in the staff report.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that we move this forward to the board. Further discussion? Seeing none. Mr. Kennedy?
Aye.
Ms. Hanning?
Aye.
Mr. Platt? Aye. Mr. Stein?
Aye.
Aye. Mr. Janice? Again, you've got to see a lot of sausage getting made there. We appreciate your patience.
You got your money's worth.
And
Future, if I ever become a land mogul, I can look forward to.
there will be applications for this board at some point. And certainly, you are under no obligation to continue to bear with us. So you know, the more important parts. Again, thank you. And good luck with your project. Thank you. All right. Now we've got some momentum going, right? Current planning projects. Consider plating subdivision regulation amendments. We have a revised version, and so by way of a staff report, tell us where we are, Mr. Ayers.
Okay. It has remained the only changes which have occurred since our last meeting. Begin on page 5-2. I'm not sure exactly what number that would be. It is chapter 5 subdivision requirements and the preliminary plat. That's what is required on the face of the preliminary plat.
So your pagination is the kind of engrossed version, not the red line.
Mine is the red line. I'm operating.
Oh, comes out the same place. I want
Oh,
page 5-2. I was using the clean one. Preliminary report, section B.
Preliminary report, section 1A, actually, section 1A14, which is the 100-year storm event floodplain as calculated using accepted engineering and hydrologic/hydraulic methods in accordance with the storm drainage analysis requirements of section 1B5 little b of this chapter, or if available, the FEMA firm 100-year storm event delineation, the recommended elevation of structures within areas of the 100-year storm event floodplain of at least 1 foot above the floodplain shall be noted. This was after speaking, David, Joe, and I sat down with Jake on two different, Jake Schneider, our county engineer, on two different.
He's on right now.
Oh, he is on.
Yes.
Oh, that's, yeah. Mr. Schneider, would you like to kind of address our thinking on this requirement?
Yeah, I'd be happy to. Can you hear me okay?
Yes. Yeah.
All right. It's been really choppy all night. You guys have been going in and out, and but anyways, if you can hear me, that's good. So what we came to the conclusion of with the if the FEMA floodplain map is available, it's an easy thing to pull it and drop it on the plat, and it's it's easily available. And if it is not available, we require it to be calculated. It's just not, the teeth in the current regulations aren't really sharp. We make anybody do it currently. We're just trying to tighten up our language so that I can speak to a specific portion of our subdivision regulation to be able to say, this is what we require. Because now it's a little bit squishy at best. So what we, and I guess to preface what we are requesting, the FEMA floodplain is the 100-year event mapped out with the delineation of that floodplain in a two-dimensional map. What we are going to require specifically is that if the floodplain is not mapped and it is applicable to the subdivision, that the 100-year floodplain or the 100-year event will be analyzed, routed through the subdivision, and in places of inundation, it will be identified, a drainage easement put there with a note saying that if you want to build a building in here, you're more than welcome to, but it needs to be above a certain level. And in an effort to be able to convey to any purchaser, land purchaser, or home builder that there's an additional hazard here that you need to be aware of.
And
I've got a question.
Go ahead.
So does the additional 1 foot elevation, does that match FEMA's requirement for flood insurance? Is that an accurate statement?
I believe that is an accurate statement, yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, so what we require in our floodplain regulations, we actually do 2 feet above the floodplain. So that's not per, I mean, it's what was approved by the state and FEMA. However, their regulation is only 1 foot. So does that make sense? So the county is actually requiring 2 feet for any structures, and not 1 feet.
Okay, should we change that to 2 then?
Maybe, yeah. I should have brought that up when we were talking or whatever, because I think I misunderstood what was going on, but yes, it's 2 feet in our regulations that we've adopted. So.
Is that amenable to you, Mr. Schneider?
Absolutely. I think consistency is excellent.
Apparently he's been on all night.
Okay, so we will change that. Our next changes occur, I have it as page 5.8 in the red line version, but it's the soils, hydrology, and geology section.
Still.
I think after our reviews with Mr. Schneider, this is a much more workable and meaningful section. So we basically, the National Resource Conservation Service Soils Map showing soil mapping unit boundaries. That's something that they can pull. And then we have under parentheses B, storm drainage analysis, the proposed subdivision completed by a Wyoming registered professional engineer using the city of Laramie's IDF curves or NOAA Atlas rainfall data for hydrologic evaluation. So this is just the storm drainage analysis that would essentially, well, this is what gets you to that delineation of the floodplain so that we're ensuring people aren't building their homes in the 100-year storm floodplain. And we also, so evaluation of on-site and off-site drainage areas contributing stormwater to the subdivision. An evaluation of the existing drainage facilities and structures with some other requirements under both of those. And then evaluation of downstream impacts caused by the subdivision and any potential changes to both natural and existing stormwater flow paths. Evaluation of existing and proposed on-site and off-site storm event flow rates routed through the subdivision. And then we also do have a requirement that stormwater detention and a drainage easement or easements may be required at the determination of the county engineer if the proposed conditions peak discharge exceed 5% of the existing conditions peak discharge for the 100-year storm event. So that is to protect downslope property owners as far as if you were to further exacerbate things by the development of your subdivision. Yeah, this is all things that I've learned in the past few weeks. It's kind of exciting.
Very good.
And yeah, just to ensure that if those sort of drainage easements are required, we have something that we can actually point to, and it's a workable standard of that exceeding 5% of the existing peak discharge. Then we have, so previously we had reports concerning potential geological hazards of the area significantly affecting the land use and determining the impact of such hazards on the proposed subdivision. As Jake informed us, that's been essentially a meaningless provision. So our hope here, and I believe Mr. Schneider consulted one of his geologist colleagues, that it is based off of geological hazards as defined by the Wyoming Geological Survey, and we're required to map an inventory of those hazards within and surrounding the proposed subdivision if they have the potential to actually impact the development. So, and it's using those Wyoming State Geological Surveys as the basis for mapping an inventory. That Laramie Rivers Conservation District has remained the same. So those are our revisions to our drainage analysis. Is there any questions or concerns?
Question for Mr. Snyder.
Good.
Do you find these provisions would be onerous for a person applying for a subdivision?
Let me restate that. I'm not sure if I heard you exactly, but I think you said, do I find it onerous for a subdivider?
Correct.
I would say that we are putting very tight sideboards on what we are requiring and how they go about doing it. Instead of now, if they don't come and ask what we expect, I've gotten storm drainage analysis that were based on everything under the sun, and they weren't correct. And you know, we put comments together, and you guys see them, that you're not using the right methodology or the right rainfall event or the right location. And so we're just trying to tighten that up so that it's very clear what we expect and what data is expected to be used in the evaluation of storm drainage. So I would say we are decreasing the onerousness of what we expect. And that's my attempt, to make it easier, to make it clear, and to put very tight sideboards on it so somebody can read it and they can just do it instead of having to interpret something and then they interpret wrong.
Yeah, no, thank you. I'm just making sure I understand.
Okay, is there another part of it you wanted to direct our attention to? Okay.
Well, not yet. I mean, as far as this, we're on this section now.
Well, I've got a list here.
There's only one.
Yes, ma'am.
I have a question, and this could be for Mr. Kirchin and Mr. Schneider. Right now, do you allow detention ponds to be built to manage stormwater? Is that a part of what currently happens? I mean, I only cringe because I don't want to see stormwater detention in the cap area. I don't want us heading down the engineered controlled storage of water and people, property owners not really dealing with what they have happening on their property. So I'm just concerned about whether we're making a new engineered solution for the county to keep track of. Regardless of cap or no cap, just like, what are your thoughts about detention ponds?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Henning, and I'll let Jake talk to this a little bit more. I'll just say that we've had, since I've been here, we've never required a detention pond. Not that we couldn't or we shouldn't, but what we do in the county is, it's not like, the density isn't like a city where you're not building, paved roads and sidewalks and all that stuff. So there hasn't necessarily been a need in the past, but that may not be true in the future. I don't know. So I can give you the historical perspective, I guess, just we've never dealt with that. But Jake, if you want to add to that, your thoughts.
Yeah, I would dovetail right with what David is saying. We have the ability to require it, but it's really mushy. It's totally subjective. I could make one person do it and one person not do it, and they could have exactly the same development. And I don't want that. I want it to be very clear cut. And that's why we sort of decided on 5%, in which that is sort of a substantial increase in runoff. I mean, if we're just doing a housing development, we're not going to see that because we're not going to see the impervious values change enough to be able to create enough runoff that it would exceed that 5% value. But we do want, we also have to meet state statutes where and it's kind of a perhaps double downing on it, but we're putting very tight sideboards on it. We can't, per state statute, you can't cause downstream impacts from stormwater from what you do upstream. And so I want it to be very clear where, like if you're doing just a regular subdivision and it's just houses and it's 5 acres or even 1 acre and you're putting a 3,000 square foot house on it, it's not going to change the imperviousness enough to warrant a detention pond. So my attempt is not to require detention ponds. It's kind of quite the opposite, but to be able to have teeth that if we do see a big development, say somebody wants to put a store in and they pave a large parking lot, that will change the impervious value. And we want to be able to have it very clear cut where detention is going to be required in that scenario.
Thanks for explaining that.
Yeah, I would just add to that, the APOZ is an overlay that would come in on top of all these regulations. So these couldn't preempt. So you're looking for questions on stormwater, Mr. Ayers?
Yes.
We may have exhausted those.
Or, okay.
Proceed.
Moving forward, we came to a suggested criteria for traffic impact studies. And that is page 512 in the red line. It is under large heading here, access, I believe.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's on page 510 of the clean.
Okay, and it's that bracketed small b, which is the board may require at the expense of a subdivider a traffic impact study for a proposal creating 20 or more parcels and relying on one point of ingress and egress to a private or county road in order to determine baseline conditions and future impacts due to the increase in traffic from the subdivision. The board may require alternative traffic solutions in accordance with the manual on uniform traffic control devices upon the recommendation of the county engineer. I will let Mr. Snyder speak to this more eloquently, but WYDOT's triggering requirement is peak traffic hours. I don't think that's the exact term. And it's a rather complicated calculation apparently. So just creating that threshold of how many parcels are going to be created is a rough approximation to that peak traffic hour level. Mr. Schneider, was that anywhere near correct?
Yeah, I think that's correct. And I think we decided upon the number of 20 based on whether it's right or wrong. It's a parameter just based on what other communities, larger communities look at and kind of establish when a traffic study is needed and when it isn't. And again, it's trying to establish very clear parameters on if you know, a developer is coming in and they're looking at like say 16 lots and they're like, oh, well, if we only do 15, we don't have to spend an extra 15 grand for a traffic study. So let's just do, or well, I guess 20 is our number. If we're doing 21, then we can trim that back to 20 and we don't have to meet that requirement of making a traffic study. And if we go beyond that, then we already know that we have to put a traffic study together, and we don't have to get to what we've seen tonight, where we're at you know, at the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting and you guys are requiring a traffic study. We're really trying to make it very clear cut when things are expected, when they're not expected. And when a developer they come to the table, they have everything in hand that they should be expected to have.
Should this just say that it doesn't preempt YDOT's ability to trigger?
What I was gonna say is what I like about this is it's very specific and it says private or county roads. So we're not encroaching on YDOT's authority on state highways and any of their right of ways.
Their authority would supersede ours.
Yeah.
Okay. And then I guess lastly, we're also going to require that same storm event floodplain to be noted on the private or on the final plat. And that's on page 517. And that will also be changed to 2 feet.
And
That's
it.
That's all the changes.
Okay. Well, let's remind ourselves that the procedure going forward is that we, planning and zoning, we're happy with this. We'll go put it out for 30-day public review, schedule a public hearing at the end of that, correct? And as I just read through it, there were odds and ends. I thought we were going to throw in a definition of parent parcel, for example. If there's some of those, and I would.
We
discussed that already. It's not there now, but yeah. So I guess my point is, I think there are little things like that would be countered non-substantive, so we can continue to identify those and clean them up. Is that?
We actually, so we did. I'm sorry that I did not flag that. We removed that provision in which parent parcel would be required. Where that showed up was
just as I was reading the clean version, I came upon a reference to parent parcel, which is what moved me to go back and look for a definition. So I can't remember where it was in here, but
so yeah, we removed that terminology and replaced it with something else.
That's not, I say I read it in this clean version.
Oh, it is?
Yeah, it's in the words, she will find parent parcel. Correctly, that's what. So I just read the thing clean to see if it made sense.
We did discuss it.
520.
Yeah.
okay.
Oh, you just did the word search. Yeah, there it is, 520A2.
Oh, maybe that just didn't get changed in there.
522 as well.
was fire.
520 and 520.
And I just, again, I'm not thinking we need to amend that. I guess I'm offering that as an example of what we continue to correct as our life.
Yeah, I guess that we. Yeah, we had a solution to that, which I apologize did not get into this version.
Well, let's use that as an example. That would not be considered a substantive change. Am I fair at that?
No, I think particularly because that provision is already under change. Or in this version, we're already proposing revisions to that exact section where that would appear. So that would not be a substantive amendment if we were to further rework that.
And where I'm going with that is that perhaps it is time to move this out to public review. And you'll formally get a staff recommendation on these, but I'm certainly, I'm delighted with what I've heard. Is it fair to say this version is coming to us? Recommendations from you guys. Go ahead. Mr. Church. Other comments from commissioners?
And so the public hearing on this would be the January meeting, the dates.
Look at there.
Mr. Stein, do you want to weigh in on this? Well, there's a lot of work's gone into this. Thank you guys a bunch, and thank Jake and David for backstopping Matt on putting this thing together. So
you're later.
And just so you don't rest easy, why the Ag Committee approved a bill to be introduced to change some of the subdivision requirements on fencing. So you'll probably get to deal with that by June, assuming it passes.
We'll trust you to.
They're creating fencing requirements for you.
Well, no, what it is, so let's say that a subdivision goes in and it's adjacent to agricultural land. The statute now says that the two adjacent owners split the cost of the fence 50-50. Well, if the subdivider wants to put up a brick fence or a panel fence, the adjacent owner is only liable for 1/2 the cost of a legal fence as defined in statute. So that a rancher's not stuck with paying for half of the brick wall that's around the gated subdivision, essentially.
Yeah, I think that would largely be beyond our regulations.
But actually, I think the way I read this, it probably is something that has to go in a plat, but the way they drafted it. So
what's the bill number, statute number?
1128-106.
Okay.
For your further drafting pleasure.
Never ends. Every day, every way, we're gonna get even better.
Well, we keep up on them, it won't be a big deal like this.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. No, this was the heavy lift. Just drag us into the 2020s modernity.
Yeah.
So, what's our disposition of this? Sounds like we may be looking for a motion to put it out for 30-day review, schedule a public hearing. Is that appropriate? Mr. Rich?
Yes.
Next time.
I don't think we'll make the next meeting, so it'll probably be the first meeting in January.
Chairman, I'm going to put it out for 30-day public hearing. And for a public hearing to be coincident with our January meeting. Is that the sense of the motion? That would be the motion. Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Comments from staff? Does that work for you? Works. Stairs? Sure. Okay.
Sorry, I was checking.
We have a motion on the floor with a second. Further discussion? Seeing none, how do you vote? Mr. Kennedy?
Aye.
Ms. Manning?
Aye.
Ms. Platt? Aye. Stein?
Aye.
Aye. Good show. And remind me, our zoning amendments, we expect to see those back at county commission
December 6th.
December 6th, yeah.
next meeting.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, we need to keep those guys on task here. We'll just keep shoving things their way.
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Schneider.
Yeah, thanks, Jake. Good job.
All right, thank you. Have a good evening.
Love your days. Right. Your day.
Okay, the cap update. Just saying what I know, and then we'll get to the urge to weigh in. The new version from Stantec showed up Friday and was distributed. I've been occupied with lots of other things, so I haven't even looked at it. We're flipping through it. It proposes to incorporate a pile of comments previously received, and they did include a matrix at the back saying how they responded to those comments. I hope they didn't spend too much time on that. I'm happy to just see how they responded. We have a joint work session with the city planning and EAC scheduled for November 29. I basically invited the 3 commission chairs to the steering committee meeting last week. And we were welcomed, and I think it was productive as we make the transition from the consultants to the commissions. And some of that's responsive to your comments, Commissioner Platt, that we try to make this meeting productive, bring an agenda to it. I was a little disappointed that our colleagues at the city have not focused on the cap versus the regulations to the extent we have, and had these discussions about parallel and sequence and so forth, but we kicked that around at some length. We chairs emphasize the need for an agenda for that meeting on the 29th. Let's see if we can identify some specific issues, either for decision or to provide Stantec additional direction. The Stantec representative, he said, oh, we thought this was a work session. There are those who I think had really thought about it very hard, that were hoping this would be a decision session. We would come out of it with something we would certify going forward. My sense is the chances of that are small, but it depends on what reviews. We floated the idea of a working group, some smaller subset, there are 19 members of those 3 commissions put together, that was perhaps not as workable as if there were a smaller group. And again, echoing what the city and the county did with the steering committees, it does suffer from the same issues that Mr. Kennedy brought up earlier. City planning has subsequently responded to that, wanting to make it clear that any such subcommittee would have to be formally appointed by the commissions. My suggestion, rather than trying to do that with this group tonight, would be that we see how the 29th meeting goes. But it may be that we'll come out of that with a consensus that a smaller group might more nimbly move forward, at which time we could do that. So that 29th meeting is currently anticipated to be a formal notice meeting of each of the 3 commissions. In that sense, independent of one another, but it would give us an opportunity to vote as a commission on whatever we want to do, amending the caps, the regulations, or forming such a group to move forward with. So my invitation, encouragement to our group is there will be an agenda submitted. And so if you have something specific that you'd like to see on the agenda, send those to David. He's going to be our compiler. If you have any, certainly no requirements there, but if there's something that you read as you're going through either the cap or the suggested resolution that you're saying, hey, this is something we need to talk about, let's flag that. And so then David and his colleagues could be prepared to discuss that, and we'll be able to move through that in an orderly way. And if there's more information that you feel you need to come to that meeting on the 29th responsibly, holler. City, county staff are at our disposal to provide that kind of thing.
Refresh my memory, have the rest of the commission seen that document?
It has been distributed to us all Friday.
Last Friday.
Okay.
Yeah, I haven't picked it up yet, but you've got it floating in your email someplace.
Any technical question for Mr.
Yes,
Booth?
please, go ahead.
I didn't see a password. It demanded a password of passcode to access the document.
But it's supposed to email you what the passcode,
Yeah.
it changes every time.
I think you hit the button and then it says, I'm sending a pass to your email. And then
Check your junk folder.
Yeah, it might be in your junk.
Yeah, I get
Thank
stuff
you.
to my.
Me too. Yeah.
Yeah, so the way it works is you put in your email and then you'll see one, it comes from like Microsoft or something like that, Microsoft,
Yeah, it was a
whatever.
zip,
That's
it
what
was
you'll,
a zip
what
folder
it should.
on OneDrive that you
Yeah,
can download it, so you don't have to do that every time you want.
yeah, once you get on it, you can download it, yeah. That's easiest. Again,
My verification code came to my junk folder.
But that's always a scary look into that spam folder, isn't
I
it?
can't check it often these days. Important things in the church.
I take a deep breath before I open that file. Oof.
Now I know why I can't remember, because it came in when I was driving back from Salt Lake City and kind of had to divert and go through Vernal, Utah, and Craig and Steamboat to get back to Laramie that day, so.
Good drive.
Good drive.
good times.
Especially that deer that I kissed briefly.
Oh,
Bless you.
We also at that steering committee discussed that at some point, and I think the sense was sooner rather than later, the whole thing needs to be reviewed carefully by planning staff and legal staff. As we make that transition out of the consultants. So I think it would be appropriate for you guys also to come to that 29th meeting with your questions and concerns, and whether that means we come to decisions or we turn Stantec loose for another cleanup. Well, let's just see how that goes. But anyway, the idea was to try to make as best use as we can of that meeting, even though it's become clear that we're not going to get it done this year, as Mayor Weaver and Commission Chair Kosar had hoped. Let us not lose the momentum that we have achieved so far. Now, Mr. Gertz, you want to add anything to that representation of where we are?
No, I think we covered pretty much everything, so. I don't have anything to add.
Questions, comments? I talked briefly with Mr. Moody, my counterpart with city planning. He's had a chance to look at it. He was real pleased with Stantec had responded to a lot of the comments. So looking forward to a pretty good document.
I mean, I guess I will note that Matt's looking at it. I got the comments already, so.
Okay.
So we will have comments.
Great. Great.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
just a general comment that pertains to this, but also other things. I at least would like to know, for any of these joint meetings, whose meeting is it? Who called the meeting? Who's going to run the meeting? Agenda? Are there any things we're going to decide in the meeting? If so, what they are, and a meeting time be adjourned. So these things don't run forever. People stay on focus.
Absolutely right.
Yeah, and Mr. Chair, to respond to that a little bit, I believe that we're gonna carve out 2 hours.
6 to 8.
Yeah, 6 to 8, and that's gonna be the drop dead thing. We are working on the agenda. Honestly, what you guys provide, I'm trying to get a meeting with the city, but I haven't got a response back from my request to have a meeting about that. So if you guys give me what you want, I'll just put together an agenda and that'll be what we do. So I don't know. I'm sure the city will decide.
Well,
Yeah.
to be frank about it, I came away from that meeting steering committee with this definite sense of who's running this thing.
Yeah.
Because what it's been is just a lot of folks that, well, this would be kind of nice, but a little shy on nuts and bolts. And if the county could pick up that, I think it would be hooray. Darren Harkin, who's David's co-manager of the contract with Stantec, is that right?
Correct.
He said, oh, I thought we'd get around to the regulations coming in the spring. And I was like, whoa, that is so contrary to everything else we've heard. So yeah, the answer to your question, Mr. Platt, is whoever says, let's do this, ends up being the one who's in charge, as we've all experienced a million times. And it looks like we're going to try to get Mr. Gersh to do that. Ellen Carano, chair of EAC, volunteered to chair the committee. Put somebody in that, and her thought was not because she is very engaged, but then that would allow the rest of us to participate more widely than if one of us was. One can participate in the meeting differently if they aren't also trying to chair it, particularly as the membership gets large, as I say, these 19 members. To who's calling the meeting? Legally, each of the three entities is calling a meeting. I assume that's the way it's noticed. It's we, P and Z, we're going to have a meeting from 6 to 8 on the 29th, correct?
Yeah, I mean, what the city's been doing is they've actually been doing because they have to notice their stuff. They have to publish it in the paper where we do not. All we have to do is send it to the Boomerang and say, we're having a meeting. But they have been publishing it. So it's a joint meeting between these different bodies. So it's actually in the paper.
It's a formal meeting of the 5 of us.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, get right down to it. Okay. So does this address your concerns? We'll see if they're adequately addressed.
I'm allowed to speak my piece. I appreciate that.
Okay. No, and your comments were not inappropriate. That were heard. Okay. Anything else on CAP? Yeah, dig in. It's a major effort, but another one that's been a long time coming. So let's take the time to get it right, but let's not linger. Next time, growth area management plan. Mr. Gersh, tell us where we are on that, if you would, please.
Okay, so so the consultant has provided drafts of the plan, the intergovernmental agreement, and some proposed regulations. I would say that the plan is looking pretty good. We're getting something that's getting worked through. I guess the biggest hurdle with the plan right now is that the consultants are working with the utilities folks at the city who had some comments, and they're trying to work through those. So that's kind of where that's at, and we're not sure exactly how long that's going to take to get through, but they had some comments that they wanted to get through. On our side, the plan's looking pretty good. It's like a lot of this stuff has to do with capacity and those types of things that we don't get involved with here in the county. So, but that's looking good. Regulations, we've had, I mean, Joe and I have had quite a few comments on the regulations. They're still very much in a draft form. So we're working through those, but that's going to continue to take some time. We'll see how they look after the next version. Intergovernmental agreement, again, I mean, you guys kind of put some, or gave them some information of your thoughts on that. I mean, I think, Mr. Chair, you provided some good comments, like what's in it for the county. So that spurred some additional language that we've drafted and put in there. Our legal staff here has reviewed that, so they've had some comments which we passed those on as well to the consultants in the city. So they're working through those. I suspect that we'll have an updated draft of the IG as well. So in my opinion, the plan's looking pretty good on our side, but not as good on the city. And the regulations and the IGA are maybe okay with the city, but not as okay with the county. So that's where we're at.
And another meeting hasn't been scheduled yet. So we're just waiting.
No, we want to get, at least we need to get the plan to a place where everybody feels comfortable with it to bring it to you guys. So the goal was mid-December to shoot for a meeting. at this point, I don't know. That seems pretty optimistic, so.
And I'm interested in that infrastructure, so we also had a specific suggestion from Commissioner Platt.
Oh, yeah.
Do you, Platt, you want to kind of tell us about that briefly, and then we'll
Sure.
ask Mr. Gertz to tell us where it stands?
Following our last meeting with the consultants, I took a hard look with their management plan. The thing that stood out to me was that the additional area around the airport should be included for growth. Comparing that area to some of the other areas included already in the growth area management plan seemed to be at least as important going forward. So I drew up an idea for my thoughts and provide that forward to, I sit around a blind copy to all y'all, so we've all got that. And to David, who Ford consultant, and I believe Monday, a week ago, I got a note back from Derek, the city, saying they'd already met and using my input and made some adjustments to the growth area plan, which I thought was terrific. I haven't seen them yet. But anyway, that's what's happened as far as I know.
Like, send it to me and I'll show it to you.
So,
Hang on, I'm getting it.
we're not looking for an action tonight.
No.
Okay, you're comfortable with that?
Yeah, no, I'm absolutely, I'm just tickled that, as a response of what I put in, that something actually happened. I suddenly envisioned just went to the black hole and they're saying, yeah, what we look at,
We aren't all just whistling Dixie on this.
Now, if it turns out they just added 1 acre.
I don't know.
But what did y'all do, David? Perhaps you can say something.
So yeah, they took what you provided. They didn't move it all the way over to whatever the road was.
Yeah, I know they did, or whatever the whole area.
But yeah, they went kind of to the edge of where the city's at. And they went out there and moved it over. So they did listen. They didn't do the full thing, but yeah, they did.
So basically,
I think they went to
everything north of the airport then, with that, basically everything
Right.
north of the airport from the western boundary of the airport. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
And frankly, it is a huge chunk. I thought.
That was the map I saw as well. Everything north, as you say, to the west.
Yeah, and Commissioner Platt did provide a more fleshed out version of that than was in the packet.
It was an email from him.
I think it was your first effort that showed up in our packets.
Yeah, right.
But
David can show it
If I could find it.
he can find it. It came in at 3:02 yesterday.
from the consultant.
Yeah, of the whole map.
Yeah, that's what passed on.
Yeah, it's yesterday.
But, my expectation is we're a long way from done with this, and certainly appreciate those kind of detailed comments. That's what they're asking us for, and that's what we're here for, so.
I forwarded it to you. You did? Yep.
Okay, let me see. What can you do here?
It's
Technical question while we're waiting.
Meeting.
When do the new county commissioners take their seat?
January 1,
January
first meeting.
first
in
meeting in
January.
January.
Thank you.
Yeah, I can.
Related, he's got it. Okay.
Maybe. See what it does.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, I can tell you already, that looks like an improvement.
Yeah, so I think it was over.
Yeah, I think you drug it down to the west there.
Yeah. And it's been moved over there, so, yeah. And which that seems appropriate because there's infrastructure at the airport, so I mean, that would, future development could connect into that, so.
You've been promising us that infrastructure study for quite a long time, but I think it's key. I mean, this whole thing is driven by infrastructure.
Yeah, and we do have the infrastructure study
Okay.
now, so not sure where it's at, but I've heard.
I got that already.
Okay. Yeah, share that around us.
Well, this extra area, none of it is.
Okay.
of this
The
year.
problem is they're meeting today with, we had a meeting with utilities at the city. They were kind of questioning some of the things in the study, which, I mean, that's their job to do. So there may be some tweaks to that as well. So
It's stuff to do.
So we're comfortable with waiting for the next iteration from the consultants and take it from there. Other thoughts, Mr. Stein, before we move on?
I think they presented some very interesting ideas. And I seriously, I think it's very thoughtful first cut, and I was impressed. So I'm looking forward to as we pursue this, and I thought Commissioner Platt's comments were right on the mark, and I'm really encouraged to see them incorporate that.
I was just chuckling at your use of the word interesting. I agree with that. I'm not quite prepared to say brilliant, but we'll get to that perhaps as we proceed. Okay, next item was the bylaws. This was a flag that Commissioner Kennedy had been waving. So let me turn to you. What was your intention that we dissect this, or did you want to kind of give us an overview, or what?
Well,
what's your pleasure?
I believe that this is something that we ought to try and, I wanted everyone to have this in front of them, both ourselves and Matt, to review this, and then at the next meeting, put this out for 30-day notice, as was done when the initial set was done in 1975. And as Matt and I both noted, yeah, the ones that are in effect now use the old numbering system, and it was before government reorg too. So the administrative rules in place at the time were completely different than they are now.
So this piece that we have titled rules of practice procedure amended date XXX.
Yeah.
Is
a
your
draft for
suggestion.
us to review and then finalize something to put out for public comment at our next meeting.
I would actually, since this is an internal rule, this would put us like under full Wyoming Administrative Procedure Act provisions.
Okay.
And sorry for not reaching out sooner, Mr. Kennedy, but I did go through, and I mean, Carbon County's rules they're quite well written. It's just not exactly how we kind of conduct business, especially the certified approval stuff. I've begun.
And I would add that there's also, as they order the public hearing, they have a different procedure for how they do that. And this should ultimately reflect how we usually do business. And I thought that their rules for the public hearing were duplicative. I could cut out about 30% of that, and it would be in line with what has been general practice here.
So I took this to be a kind of a starting point.
Yeah.
And then my picture would be that we go through this like we did the subdivision regulations on a page by page, take comments, provide direction staff. Is that sign what you had in mind? Okay, and I had started that. We probably don't need to do that tonight, but were there some specific things that you would direct our attention to that you thought were really important changes? I mean, besides
the language issue, that the terminology being different, the one that I caught the most of my attention. Well, and I don't believe we need to have anything about executive session, because we don't make personnel, unless Matt can think of a situation where we would need, the commission would ever need to be in an executive session. Because we don't decide personnel matters or anything else that I believe's under the executive session statute, I don't see a need for it, but as I learned at a meeting last week, sometimes it doesn't hurt to ask the attorney first.
I mean, would there be a reason if for some reason, could this board get sued and you need to advise them? I mean, that would be an executive session, right?
Now,
this board could-
if you were to sue the county,
Sue the commissioner. So that's what I'm just thinking, is there any
Proprietary-
legal
If an
things?
applicant had proprietary information,
And this all exists under the umbrella of CPA and statutes.
this is on, administrative or
I've never been involved with the executive session with this.
if there was, like, my only thought is if there were ongoing there's ongoing litigation which would have an impact on the this commission carrying out its duties, that may be a candidate. I'm trying to find the statute right now. My apologies.
Well, and maybe let's just flag that for something that needs some attention as we go forward. I decided I don't, we're trying to resolve anything
Yeah.
tonight, but that's the spirit of my question. Things you want us to think about.
The portion that I felt like needed the most attention was on page 6 and 7 under public comment. And that'd be 528 on the consolidated.
Yeah, and the way they have the definition of certified recommendation. It is, I do not believe that needs to be reduced to a signature of the chair. Our minutes and recorded proceedings have that legal effect.
I had some thoughts on the agenda. Public comments was another one I thought we had to look at with some care. Quick reaction from staff on this idea that you would produce a report. Did you see those pieces?
I have not.
I also was trying to do that. Mr. Kenny, I will send you the version that I have so far.
Okay.
And I will be gone from December 1st through the 12th. I'm getting married on the 3rd.
oh wow,
And then I will be in Mexico for a week. So I'm not sure, honestly, how much drafting I can do before the next meeting, which I apologize for. But
Wow, you're not taking work with you? Come on.
I'm not taking.
I was gonna say the last time I went to Mexico, I attended a commission meeting remotely, so.
I did one from Italy there not too long ago. I don't know if Bass Pro.
Would not be a good start to it.
I highly recommend your course of action.
Thank you.
We will.
I guess the only thing that could affect executive session is if we were receiving information classified as confidential by law, but I don't see that likely.
Why would this?
And everything that we do is public record, so I don't know. Yeah, I think removing the executive session provisions would be appropriate.
All right, so you'll see this in the packet again, but it'll be this, and so prepare your comments and suggestions accordingly. And again, let's look at comb it through pretty carefully. Let's get the wording right. Make sure it agrees with state statute, which will be Mr. Ayers' duty, and with what we normally do.
Well, and that's one reason I left the date in when they did this, assuming that they took the same care so that Matt knew what statutory changes took place between then and now to make sure that we hopefully cut down a little on your workload too on it.
It's an interesting exercise to write the laws to say what it is you have been doing all along instead of the other way around, but that works. You can kind of as a test run that way. All right, other thoughts on how we're going to proceed with that? It'll show up on our next agenda. And we'll continue to work it as we have these others so we can push it out. Fair? Okay, thank you. The next item, the zoning density amendments, staff was asked to provide simply a copy of that 2017 previous recommendation from this board, not current membership, but at the time it did make it through to the point of recommending to the board, the county commission. Mr. Gertz provided that with recommendation that we just kind of hold tough on that until we get the growth area management plan under our belts. What's any initial comments on that? Suggestions how you guys would like to proceed? Reactions to the piece that was put in the packet?
I'll just offer the comments that I'm truly happy with David's recommendation, because this was actually something David and Joe several times identified to me as something being of much more importance or actual significance to people in Albany County today than my duplex suggestion. This would apply, if we're approved, to the whole county and not just the growth area. So given that there's no guarantee that the growth area management plan will culminate in an actual growth area management plan, or will it happen, I mean, to whatever extent there's staff ability to move this along with everything else, it might make sense to try to push this all forward and not wait on anything else. But that's just my comment basically to David. But I support this idea.
Well, we keep it alive.
Yeah.
Even if it's over here and we're focusing here. I would have to say my reaction to the thing back in 2017 was somewhat skeptical for the same things we've talked about with respect to duplexes. So but we can come back to that. Density is density, and it should have a meaning. So we'll keep this alive, albeit in some abeyance. Is that acceptable? And are there other thoughts that are relevant to this at this point from anyone?
Yeah, and again, so my idea is, if this is something staff wants, let's staff do it. Encouragement.
I mean, I guess what I would add is, as staff will look at it, I think I told Mr. Chair that, after you put something together, then you look at it, how many years ago was this? 5 years ago. It's like, there's things I'd love to change, things I'd like to kind of work through. So I'll just say that as staff has time, we'll work through some of this. I'm not guaranteeing it's going to be here the next meeting. The one after that, but
I'm purely
we'll look at it.
to this. I mean, if y'all say this is something we should do at some point in the future, well, I'm just saying let's do it.
Right. And there's some,
doing it.
honestly, there's some simple changes I think we could do pretty quickly, but because this is more comprehensive than, this is pretty comprehensive, but we have to think about it. So.
Let me ask one kind of think about question as I was looking through this. It goes back to earlier in this meeting. A second dwelling is a conditional use in various of our zonings. Right? Am I reading that? The table correct?
Only in rural residential.
Okay.
That's the only zone that you can get a second residence with conditional use. Now, if you've got 1,000 acres, you can have as 1 per 35 acres. So
I wanted you to do that.
Okay. But this is partially addressed in rural residential zone through the conditional use process.
Yes.
At least that's the law right now.
Right, and honestly, that's one of the things that's problematic is you can't do it in small lot residential, and you can't do
Well, you
it.
can't do it in ag. I think that's the biggest.
Well, you can do it in ag if you have enough acreage.
Yeah, and the other thing is at 35 acres, you also have one family exemption too.
Yeah, well,
Yeah,
you can have more than one family exemption.
well, yeah.
I mean, as long as it's
As long
different
as it's
kids,
on- Yeah.
whatever, yeah. So there's that, and honestly, the one quick, easy change that would, I think be beneficial, I don't know what you guys would think, but, is to change it from, instead of one dwelling per 35 acres, but one dwelling per 17.5 acres. I mean, you're doubling the density, I guess, in that area. However, that's what people are wanting. That's what we're approving through land use change into conditional use. We're already doing it. We're just making them go through this huge process. And maybe that's not appropriate in some places, but I think if you got 17 acres, you would be okay to have a septic and stuff on it. So,
Okay, well, we'll.
and obviously, excluding the aquifer, the Casper aquifer area, because that's already defined.
overlay.
Yeah, so. But yeah, we'll look at it as staff. It's just, it won't be a priority. We've got these other plans we're trying to keep up with, so. Anyways.
That works. The others, you're okay with that? Okay, thank you. All right, then to wrap this up, we've got a little longer than we had anticipated. Commissioner comments, anybody got anything else? I think we've pretty well.
If you haven't said it by now.
Well, when does the appointment opportunities?
I received my letter and they have to be in by 5 on the Wednesday before Thanksgiving, and interviews will be on the 5th of December.
Oh, I didn't, was it posted? I did. Or did?
The clerk does this. I have no clue,
Yeah.
so
Oh,
I guessing where.
I got a letter from Jackie
I got a letter.
last week.
Okay, because you're
Yeah.
incumbents.
Yeah.
Was it? So I guess the answer to my question, when that time has come and gone?
I assume that it's been advertised.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
I don't know where.
You don't read all the legal.
No.
All right.
Honestly, I wish, maybe this is a place where we can coordinate a little bit better, because I could get on at least the Facebook page, and some of these other places to let people know, but.
Yeah, just the transparency of it, I guess I have some concern that it be made known to folks in some coherent way that this is available. So we're relying on Commissioner Kennedy. Say that again. If somebody has a burning desire, they need to get an application in by next week.
Whatever the day is, the Wednesday before Thanksgiving by 5 p.m., which I was wondering, I thought the clerk's office closed at 4:30. But
Slide it into the door.
slide it under the door. Timestamp, like when I turn bids in at White Oak.
They're open till 5. The courthouse
Okay.
doesn't close any doors till 5.
So I don't mean to suggest that I've got a candidate that I'm encouraging, but just I think it's worthy of discussion in a general way.
This kind of affects my office, and we didn't know about it. So.
All right, well, register our concern, if you would, Mr. Gertz.
Will do.
This is a group that we're obviously intimately involved with. Okay, you had some thoughts. Okay, next meeting's regular schedule, December 14. Anybody want to offer a thought on that? We'll leave it on the calendar unless somebody objects. As far as I know, I'll be here. Okay, here's,
Oh, sorry, it is
go ahead.
board openings and vacancies. Albany
Yeah.
County Planning and Zoning Commission, 2 openings.
Application closed November 28th, it says.
Oh, so
Maybe
that's
I got the
Monday.
wrong Wednesday.
That's a Monday.
That's a Monday, yeah.
I'm
Monday after
sure our letter said,
It may have, I'm gonna have to go back and do
Yeah.
some reading comprehension now. See what
I
messed
wouldn't
up on that.
recommend this evening.
Maybe you got 28th confused with the 23rd.
It could be,
Threes look like 8s.
could be.
Oh, yeah, you're right about that.
Okay, well, perhaps there's somebody that will be.
Well,
listening.
better, one of my rules has been, better early than late, so.
All right, that answers my question a little more differently than I expected, but fair enough. 14th works for everybody as far as we know, barring other circumstances. And there was some concern about location. David, what was that about?
All right, so on the 1st of December, this room will be renovated. So they're tearing out that closet back there. They're tearing this out. They're gonna put the dais or whatever you call it across here, just straight across. I don't know what else they're doing, but they're renovating this room. So, and it may take till February
At least.
So,
What's wrong with it? All right.
I don't know. It wasn't my decision. I wasn't really in on that discussion, so. I just know we can't meet here. So I guess for our December meeting and January meeting and any other meetings, where would you like to meet? Would you like to try to meet? We can look at one of the courtrooms upstairs. We can meet over Zoom. We can meet in my office and have the public meet on Zoom. My concern is if we do get to any of these meetings with the cap, that we want to have a bigger room, but I don't know how quickly we're going to get through. I mean, I guess we're going to learn a lot from this 29th meeting of where we're at and where we need to go. But I guess for our regular meetings, let's at least decide that. Where do you want to meet?
Where are you set up to record for doing all this? Like, it seems like the courtroom would be a place, the library.
I was gonna say from past experience, I would say that you guys are comfortable with the technology at your office. And to me, that's a better solution than the courtroom, because it's a whole different world of technology there. And I don't know that we want to. And my thought would be that we invite applicants to attend in person, because there is room for that. So,
yeah.
And the rest of the public can attend via Zoom, would be my thought.
Yeah, and you guys have seen that conference room. It's not super big, but we can fit a few folks. I mean, we could
The
fit.
library is another, I don't know what the ACPL schedule is like, but
Right.
they're set up for public meeting and for recording and for.
Yeah,
I represent the library board, and they don't have any like built-in technology like this room does.
Okay.
We would still have to figure out some sort of like recording and sound apparatus.
Do you know, I mean,
Rachel Rocker's the director, if you wanted to reach out with her.
right, yeah, I kind of know what they have there. I was just thinking that maybe we should talk with IT and see what they're doing with the meeting rooms upstairs, like the courtrooms.
There's a conference room as well.
Oh, there's
on
the smaller
fourth
one,
floor,
yeah.
Which I haven't been in.
I don't know how big that is.
I don't either. I could ask Jennifer, she's more familiar with it.
So I don't know. I mean,
That
none of them's best, because this is all set up for this.
Upstairs of District Court.
Yeah, it's.
Your room's just as, your office
Oh,
is
is
just
it?
as, I've
Big
spent
as
enough time in there.
It's not, yeah, I didn't think it'd
Okay,
be that
it's
big.
like back on Circuit Court.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is the city, I mean, can we ask them if we could use their facilities? So we don't,
Well, which facility?
city, the council chambers,
Council chambers?
are set up for it.
We could
I
ask.
don't think they've got cooties or anything if they're not doing.
I just don't know what their policy is on having groups outside of their organization using the room, I guess. So that's but I can ask.
That would be as good or better than this, if they're amenable to sister agency cooperation or something.
Okay.
There's no legal reason, right?
Yeah.
Okay, we're in this new cooperative relationship, if they're not using the facility. All right, so this needs to be decided before this December meeting.
Yeah. I mean,
So you're gonna explore some of the possibilities.
we'll explore the possibilities.
All back is your office.
And fallback maybe in my office, yeah. Yeah. It's just kind of a
I
tight
think
space.
December, we could just try the office and see how it worked. And if,
I think we should at least set it for December meeting.
yeah, and that
A
way,
location.
Oh,
and
I gotta
and that
send out
way,
notices.
well, that's true.
if it doesn't feel like it works after we've been there once, then we can task them to explore more options too.
You have to send it
Tomorrow.
Well,
It requires a decision then.
our notice goes out.
Wanna talk to
It
your
will
IT
this week.
people?
I'm going.
Yeah,
to
because
Friday.
we're a week late. Why?
Do you want to talk to your IT people and make a unilateral decision and we will follow?
We can do that. We'll see what we can do tomorrow and get it figured out, and we'll just tell you where we're meeting, so. That work?
But let's ask this, I mean, for going forward, if it's gonna be several months. And then you can
Because you
reservation on
know-
asking the city.
It won't be done.
Okay.
Supply
I mean, I'll-
changes,
I reach
Contractors
out
are
to
gonna be
them.
out with COVID, it's gonna be a late project.
The problem is like, they have their technology and their stuff, but I don't know how we use that. I mean, they'd have to have their staff there. Like the clerk is the one, the city clerk is, yeah, the one
They
that
hire
runs
a
all of their
contractor
Zoom
sometimes to do
stuff.
some of the recordings,
So I don't,
There's a city county steering committee that's supposed to look at coordination of resources, for example.
yeah,
Here's one. All right, I'm happy to leave that to your.
okay.
Because we're all comfortable with the fallback of his office. I don't like it, budget's awfully small.
Well, the one thing, I mean,
It could
I
be
don't
worse.
like the size, but we can make the technology work because we use it all the time.
Fair enough.
If we go somewhere else, then I can't guarantee that, so, well, I can't guarantee it in my own office, honestly, but that doesn't mean. And yeah.
Okay, the 2023 schedule, again, doesn't have to be decided now, but if it's an opportunity to share some thoughts, I've not been unhappy with these 5 o'clocks. It's kind of a compromise. In the old days, they used to go till midnight because they started at 7. Thoughts, we okay with what we're doing?
That's fine. It's like it's working quite well.
I'm good with it.
And we will continue to do hybrids in person and Zoom.
That's the plan. Unless you guys don't want to.
Okay.
We go till 9:30 again, I'll pack up lunch.
Well, yeah, no, I hope we could do that, but we're so close to the finish line. All right. That's all we got. Citizen comments. We promised we'd take them if there were any. Come on, say something.
We don't want to know what she's thinking.
We got it on good authority. No, we're not going there. Okay, unless there are objections, going once, going twice, we'll declare us adjourned. Thank you for your patience. We moved through a lot of material. Appreciate it.
Matt, you're trying to do everything this year. Going to the state Supreme Court, getting married. What else you got up your sleeve?
Well, actually, we have round 2 for the state Supreme Court.
Oh yeah, what's next?
McKinney